Good morning, Sarah. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes, I can hear you.
Awesome. Can you see me too?
Yep.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thanks. You too.
Oh, there we go. Good morning. See, 10 o'clock on Mondays always just make everybody so happy. All right. So before we get started, we're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. I'm going to ask Monica to please call the roll.
Tanya Fairley,
Here.
Dunk,
Here.
Anthony Bertram,
Here.
Megan Ellis,
Here.
Dr. Yolanda Jimenez,
Here.
Colette Kavanaugh,
Here.
Amelie,
Here.
Tamika Miller,
Here.
Danielle Munoz,
Here.
Allie Mayfam,
Here.
Steve Weeks.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Monica. And before we get started, we are going to just welcome our newest board member, Sinar Lomeli. Welcome. Yeah, we're all full up here. It's been a minute since we've been this full. So, and we also have another member that will be joining us at our next meeting. We just received an appointment from Governor Newsom's office on Friday. Michelle Egger was appointed as a public member, and we look forward to meeting her really soon. We will now move to agenda item 2, which is our petitions for reinstatement. I will now turn the meeting over to our administrative law judge, Judge Sean Gavin.
Hi, good morning, everyone. As the president just said, my name is Sean Gavin. I am the administrative law judge who's been assigned to preside over the 2 petition hearings. Madam Court Reporter, we're not on the record yet. I'll tell you when we go on. I just want to do a little bit of housekeeping first. Are you Mr. Dang? Okay. When you do speak, I'll have you turn your microphone on so you can be heard.
I got it.
All right, good morning to you. I just want to explain the hearing procedures that will follow and then see if you have any questions. I also want to make sure, is Ms. Elmer here in the room? Okay. Hi, good morning to you. Do we have an interpreter available for Ms. Elmer yet, Ms. Knight? Okay, that's fine. I'll explain the hearing procedures again once the interpreter is here. So, Mr. Dang, the hearing will proceed in 3 parts. Those 3 parts are known as opening statement, evidence, and closing argument. Essentially, when we begin, I'll identify myself. I'll ask the board members to identify themselves just by saying, yes, they're present to a roll call. And then I'll invite Ms. Doherty and yourself to identify yourselves.
Okay.
I'll then turn it over to Ms. Doherty to present the petition packet and a brief overview of the license and disciplinary history. The board members have already had an opportunity to review the petition and the supporting documents. And so it's unnecessary for Ms. Doherty to walk us through every single detailed plot point, but she'll identify those documents and she'll explain essentially why we're here.
Okay.
You'll have a chance, if you think there's a reason that the board should not consider one or more of the documents that Ms. Doherty identifies, you'll have the chance to tell us that. And then I'll decide whether I agree with you or not, and I'll let you know.
Okay.
After she's done that, we'll then turn to you to present evidence. You can testify, you can call other witnesses if you'd like, and if there are any other documents that are not part of what Ms. Doherty has introduced, you can let us know about those as well. And I'll ask in a minute whether you anticipate having any witnesses or documents. After you testify, I'll give Ms. Doherty a chance to ask you any questions she might have, and then I'll give each board member a chance to ask you any questions.
Okay.
It may be that every board member has some questions. It may be that 1 or 2 or none have questions. We don't know yet. After that, I'll give you a chance to say anything else you'd like to say. And when you've presented all of your evidence, we'll then move to closing argument. During closing argument, the parties have an opportunity to briefly explain what they think the evidence showed and suggest what outcome should happen as a result. Any questions about that?
No.
Okay. Do you anticipate having any other witnesses besides yourself?
Just myself.
Okay, just yourself.
Yeah, but I do have my wife with me today.
Okay.
So,
I can hear you, but I'm concerned that you may need to lean a little closer to the mic and maybe raise your voice a little bit.
okay.
Okay. You said your wife is here, but you don't plan to call her as a witness?
Yeah, no,
Okay,
just by myself today, waiting on it.
okay.
She just go with me, just support me, that's all.
That's fine. She's here in support, and that's perfectly acceptable. Do you have any documents that you think you have not already given to Ms. Doherty?
No,
Okay. If you have any questions as we move forward, I invite you to ask them. I cannot give you legal advice, but I can help guide you through the process if you're not sure what's happening or what you're allowed to do, that sort of thing. I'll do my best to answer those
Okay,
questions.
sir.
All right. Let me then just say a final word to anyone who will be speaking today. Once we're on the record, we have a court reporter whose job will be to type out everything that everyone says. That is an incredibly hard job. So there are some things we can do to make that easier. First is we need to speak loudly enough, slowly enough, and one at a time enough that she can clearly hear what's being said. Secondly, anytime people speak, they need to use words instead of gestures or non-word sounds. Nodding your head, for example, would tell us information, but she wouldn't hear it, so she wouldn't type it. So too for non-word sounds like uh-huh and uh-uh. If she hears it, she'll have to do her best to type how she thinks that should be spelled, but it won't be clear to someone reading that what you really said or meant. Finally, it may happen from time to time that our court reporter doesn't clearly hear something, and she may need to interrupt to ask the speaker to repeat what they just said. If that happens, she means the word repeat. She does not mean explain, provide great detail about, clarify. She just wants you to say the exact same word or phrase, but louder and slower. Make sense?
Yeah.
Everyone breaking rule 2 right away. All right. All right. I trust that it makes sense. Once we're on the record, then I'll need to make sure that we can hear everything.
Yeah. Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Any final questions before we begin?
No,
Ms. Doherty, anything you feel we need to address before going on the record? And Ms. Esquivel-Parkinson, are you ready to go on the record? All right. We are on the record in the matter of the petition for reinstatement of Tuong Kong Dang. This matter is being heard for the State Board of Barbering and Cosmetology with case number BC 2025-20893. My name is Sean Gavin. I'm the administrative law judge from the Office of Administrative Hearings who's been assigned to preside over this case. The OAH case number for this matter is 2025-060839. At this point, I'll do a brief roll call of the board members who are present just to establish a quorum for this case. President Fairley,
Present.
just a reminder, when you do respond, please have your microphone on. Vice President Funk,
Present.
Mr. Bertram,
Present.
Ms. Ellis,
Present.
Ms. Kavanaugh,
Present.
Ms. Lamelli,
Present.
Ms. Miller,
Present.
Ms. Munoz,
Present.
Ms. Pham,
Present.
and Mr. Weeks.
Present.
Thank you. These members constitute a quorum. I'll also invite the parties who are present to identify themselves, starting with counsel.
Good morning, Caitlin Doherty, Deputy Attorney General. I'm appearing on behalf of the Attorney General pursuant to Government Code Section 11522, representing the people of the state of California. I'm here to assist the Administrative Law Judge and the Board in fact-finding. My role is not adversarial, but is intended to protect the public interest today. Thank you.
Thank you. And sir?
yes, hi. My name is Tuong Dang.
All right, very good. Good morning.
Yes.
I'll also invite our court reporter pursuant to a recent statute to identify herself by name and CSR number. Thank you very much. Mr. Dang, before we went on the record, I explained the hearing procedures. I will just briefly summarize that explanation now so your record is complete.
Okay.
In a moment, I'll give Ms. Doherty a chance to present the petition packet and supporting documents and provide the board with a brief overview of the license and disciplinary history. If you object to any of the documents Ms. Doherty introduces, I'll give you a chance to tell me why.
Sure.
After that, You can testify on your own behalf. Once you do, I'll give Ms. Doherty and each board member a chance to ask you questions. You would also have the right to call other witnesses or introduce other documents, although you told me before we went on the record that you don't plan to do either of those things.
Okay.
If you change your mind, you let me know.
Okay.
At the conclusion then, I'll give the parties a chance to briefly summarize what they think the evidence showed and suggest what outcome should happen as a result. Any questions about those procedures?
No, thank
Okay.
you.
Ms. Doherty, anything to address before we move forward?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then you can proceed as you see fit.
Thank you. Your Honor, starting what's been pre-marked as Exhibit 1 is petitioner's petition packet in this matter, which consists of a petition or a summary of petitioner's license history with the board following an attachment. 1 is the petition for reinstatement form that was submitted by petitioner in this matter. Attachment 2 consists of the hearing confirmation form. Attachment 3 consists of the notice of hearing for today's hearing. Attachment 4 is a license certification history for petitioner. Attachment 5 is the decision, a default decision in order in case number 2018-22785. Following that is the petition to revoke, in attachment 6 is the petition to revoke probation for that same case in 2018-22785. Attachment 7 is the stipulated settlement and disciplinary order with accusation number 2013-1187. And lastly, attachment 8 is the stipulated surrender of license and order for case number 2013-1187. At this time, we ask that petitioner's petition be admitted for all purposes.
Mr. Dang, is there any reason you think the board should not consider the documents Ms. Doherty just told us about when they decide this case?
No, I'm okay with that.
All right, the petition and the attachments are admitted.
Thank you. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to provide a license history background for a petitioner. On or about February 6th of 2006, the board issued cosmetologist license number KK450370 to petitioner. On or about July 19th, 2007, the board issued establishment license number A249475 to petitioner doing business as Fashion Spa Nails and Hair. Between 2013 to 2014, the board issued 3 citations to petitioner's establishment license. The citations included numerous violations, which include but are not limited to employing unlicensed persons, not disinfecting non-electrical instruments, foot spa logs not complete, not disposing of items that cannot be disinfected, soiled towels not covered in receptacle, contaminated powders, and many other health and safety violations. On September 6th of 2016, the board filed accusation number 2013-1187 against petitioner's cosmetologists and establishment licenses. The accusation alleged that petitioner's establishment was not in compliance with the Code of Regulations relating to public health and safety. Petitioner refused to allow the inspector to access and inspect drawers, cabinets, and other areas of the establishment. Additionally, the restroom at the establishment was used as a storage unit. During the inspection, the inspector found numerous health and safety violations. Additionally, during that inspection, petitioner interfered with the inspection by hiding items outside the back door of the establishment, preventing inspectors from looking into various areas, and was violent during the inspection when he started yelling and jumping down and slapping the table top of his workstation when communicating with inspectors. Petitioner's wife's brother acted in an inappropriate manner towards the inspectors, including but not limited to trying to shut a cabinet door on the inspector's arm and prevent the inspector from looking inside various cabinets and drawers and yelling at the inspector. Effective March 31st of 2017, the board adopted a stipulated settlement placing petitioner's establishment and cosmetologist license on a 3-year probation and ordering costs in the amount of $4,587. As part of the stipulated settlement, petitioner admitted to the truth of every allegation alleged in that accusation. In August of 2017, petitioner's establishment was issued another citation by the board for multiple health and safety violations. On December 17th of 2017, petitioner, as part of his establishment's probation on that license, he notified the board he wanted to surrender that license, and that license became surrendered. Effective March 6th of 2018, petitioner's establishment license for fashion spa and nails and hair was surrendered. As part of that stipulated surrender, petitioner agreed, should he ever reapply for a new establishment license or petition for reinstatement, all the allegations in the accusation would be deemed true. On July 27th of 2018, the board filed a petition to revoke probation against petitioner's cosmetologist license. The basis for that petition was that petitioner failed to comply with the board's probation program when he failed to submit quarterly reports and failed to complete remedial education. In response to that petition, petitioner filed a notice of defense. As a result, that matter was set for hearing. Petitioner failed to file a notice of defense in that matter. As a result, the board issued a default decision and order that revoked petitioner's cosmetologist license effective November 30th of 2018. To date, petitioner has an outstanding cost for investigation and enforcement in his cases in the amount of $4,587.50. On or around June 4th of 2025, petitioner filed a petition for reinstatement of his cosmetologist license. Because the burden's on petitioner, I have no further statements, but reserve the right to question petitioner today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Doherty. Mr. Dang, that takes us now to you. I will have you raise your right hand so I can swear you in.
Okay. To you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you'll give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
All right, you can put your hand down if you'd like. Please ensure that your microphone is on if you'll
Okay.
speak. This is your opportunity to explain in your own words what you think the board members should know when deciding whether to grant your petition.
Yeah.
You don't need to ask yourself questions. You can just simply explain what you'd like the board members to know, and you can begin whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready. Okay. The started when I start a business in the fashion spa, nail and hair. I do that business for more than 10 years. Very much like I keep the shop always clean, but sometimes you can control just like the dust on the table. And then for a long period of time, I haven't steak ball come over. And one time they come over, they're fun. And then I think they come in only like, they come like three times on the road. They come in over 3 times in a row. I remember one time they come in and they catch one of my employee have no license. And then now I have a good chance for me to explain to you guys. Because, I do the business there. One day I lost completely like 3 employees by car accident. That include my brother, my sister, and one of the best employee that I have been working for a long time. I don't have nobody help me on that time. On that moment, I lost 3 employees. So I hired in a couple of people, one mom and one daughter. I think the daughter have a license and the mom did not have a license. And I know that's not right, but I be honest with you, I have no choice, no help. And then at the same time, not long ago, they keep coming. The state board keep coming because I think I have the reason because they caught one person have no license, then they keep coming. Then I know by that time, I find out my wife have a pregnancy. Okay, so like 3 month pregnancy. And then, but we are very straightforward with the family issue. Then the stick ball keep coming, and every time they come like 4 or 5 people. Like one people go to the back, one people go this door, that door, that door. It's we live in a nightmare with the situation. And then my wife lost the baby. And I'm not claim on them. Maybe because my wife's health not that good for some reason. But that at that time I was very, sad. And then they coming again. When they come in again this time, and I don't know how, I just explode myself. I just bang on the table. Okay, how do I do business like this? And they don't know that my wife, I lost a baby. They don't know. They don't know what I've been through. I've been very disappointed. I'm getting angry. And that's the reason I want to end up my business. I give up on my business. I don't care about license no more. I have 4 kids. I raise my family. Do you know how hard it is? I come here today. Good. You let me explain. You want to give me license back? Fine. You don't want me license back? I have no problem. It's enough for me already. So I don't have nothing to say. And the sorry thing about one of my employees disrespect you. Out of my control. Out of my control. You know, do the business. Some employee come to you, they have a bad manner. Sometimes you coming in and they do something to you. I completely can control what they do, what they say. But everything is come to me because I'm the owner. So whatever they done, I just say sorry. And if you think you can consider, I'm saying thank you. Other than that, I have nothing to say at all. My wife right there. So after I don't do this, I do the tattoo. You know, I turn myself to do the tattoo, the beauty for people. And I'm survived, you know. But that's the older situation I want to tell you. So that's it. I have nothing to say. Is that enough? Yeah.
Yes, thank you,
Yeah,
Mr.
yeah.
Dang.
Yeah.
All right. All right, thank you, Mr. Dang.
Yeah.
I'll now give Ms. Doherty a chance to ask you questions, followed by each board member.
Yeah.
I realize that Ms. Doherty is sitting next to you, and you'll want to look at her, but if you turn your head, your mouth won't be near the microphone, and we won't hear you.
Okay.
So you can move the microphone, but try to speak into it.
Okay.
Ms. Doherty, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Dang, can you explain to me what you currently do for a living?
Right now, I do the tattoo, the permanent makeup.
Can you explain to me what that consists of?
Like, you know, the tattoo, the permanent makeup, eyebrow permanent makeup.
Okay. And did you receive training to do that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you hold a license to do that?
Yes, I do.
And when did you get that license?
I get that license 7 years ago.
And what type of license do you hold?
That it's called a tattoo audit the permanent the audit tattoo audit permanent makeup. It's called the
Okay. And do you understand that you were initially disciplined by the board for failing to comply with numerous health and safety regulations?
yeah, I understand.
And do you recall that you also refused to allow an inspector to complete the inspection at your facility?
Can you re-speak one more time?
Do you recall that when the inspectors came to your establishment, you refused to allow them to inspect?
Do I recall? Yeah, I think they did because they come many times. So that's why when they come in, I don't know that I do it, but one of the employee they do that. Yes,
Okay.
I remember they do that.
And do you understand why establishments are inspected?
Yeah, I know because we have a couple of times we fail with the inspector coming and like they found we don't disinfection or something. Yeah, we do understand that's the reason why they come. Yeah.
And you were placed on probation by the board back in March of 2017, is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you fail to comply with that probation?
Oh, no, because I try to do it, and one of the cosmetology the school in Fresno, I try to go there to learn whatever that the state board require. But that school later in a week later they shut down. So I don't think they do the legal thing, whatever. But she no longer be there. So that's the reason why I cannot complete the requirement from the board.
You also failed to submit your quarterly reports to the board. Do you recall that?
I did not know that. I didn't know that. Because what you mean I failed you mean I failed from the course again? They send me the paper or what?
Did you understand the terms of your probation when you were placed on probation by the board?
No, I don't.
Did you read the terms of your probation before you signed the settlement?
I think I do. I think I just received the paper that's here. That's what I know that I have to be here. Back then I don't.
Okay. So going to my next question, did you receive the petition to revoke your probation that was served on you back?
Back then, yes.
You
Back
did.
then I did know that you guys revoked my license. And then I understand that I will never get it back again. But after I don't know, somehow I received the mail for this time that I have to go to be here today to explain. That's why I'm here today.
Okay. And you completed the petition forms yourself, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And section H of your petition states to please attach a description of what you've done to rehabilitate yourself pursuant to the criteria set forth in California Code of Regulations, section 971, and any documentation supporting your rehabilitation efforts. It appears that you didn't attach any documents in support of your petition. Sitting here today, can you tell me why your license should be rehabilitated? Or how you've rehabilitated?
Be honest with you, I don't receive. I did not know anything that I have a chance to be here today to 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 explain or to be in the course. So to be able to um, have the license back, uh, I think that's the reason why I never know that I can be here today with this. So whatever that you, I don't know, like you mean like they mail it to me or the paperwork about this, or this is the first time I ever seen the day I be revoked the license. I received this letter. So
So outside of the paperwork that currently is in front of you. Can you explain to the board what you've done to rehabilitate yourself?
I don't know what I did in the past, maybe I don't do the right thing because I can control myself when I I get mad with the inspector, but I get everybody messed up one time in their life. Maybe that is my fault. So I just want to say I'm sorry for what I did in the past. But consider for my situation is you know, I, I've been through a lot, but that doesn't my excuse. So no matter what, it's my fault. So I just hope that you guys consider for my situation and give me back the license that I have, so I can be able to continue to do for living. That's the only thing I say. And whatever happened in the past, I just want to say sorry. That's all I say. I have nothing to depend on that.
And if your license was reinstated and an inspector came in to inspect your station, or if in the future you open an establishment, how would you behave with that inspector differently?
I've been on the business more than 10 years for this. I do know how to follow the regulation. I will do the right way. And if something happened like before, for example, if something happened for my family again, I try to control because I know that sometimes you get mad for something and you apply to another person that is not right. So I will try to control myself. I will brew it, and I know I do it because I'm kind of person, uh, like I train my children the same thing, have to be respect. So I think I would do that.
And if your license was reinstated, would you be able to pay the outstanding costs that you owe to the board in the amount of $4,587.50?
Yeah, if that what I have to pay, I will pay. I will try to pay. Yeah.
And if your license was reinstated on a probationary status, would you be able to comply with probation this time?
Yes, I will.
Your Honor, at this time, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Doherty. I'll now go through the board members to see if there are any additional questions, starting with President Fairley.
Good morning. Thank you so much. Mr. Dang, can you please clarify why didn't you complete your probation requirements?
Like I told her early, the school they require some sickness, some hour in the requirement. You have to be in the school for that, and I decide for that school, but the school in fact no, there's somehow they no longer operation, so that's why I'm failed for that. And then when I started thinking of how to make money for living, so I found I learned how to do the microblading, permanent makeup for the supply. And then after I get the training, I working on that kind of job. So I opened the called academy, called a fee academy. I work for a company called Fee Academy, and then I I opened the facility I opened the school, Free Academy, and I've been working on those kind of job for like almost 6 or 7 years for living. So that's the reason why I'm failed the probation.
So let me clarify, the school, you said that the school that you were attending went out of business?
No. They're not. Yes. The school I try to extend in for probation. Is somehow they close.
Did you contact your probation officer or the board to let them know to maybe help you find another place to complete the probation requirements?
I don't think I did.
Okay. Also, you stated Fee Academy. Do you own this business?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you are considered now a permanent makeup artist?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have anyone in your establishment that also does esthetician, nails, or hair?
No, ma'am.
And it's been 8 years or 7 years, let me double check. I think it's been 7 years since your license was suspended. Why now are you petitioning to get your license back?
The reason I want to take it back because I want to go back my business. Because I've been working on the nail and hair for a long time. So somehow I still love to do it.
Okay, and my last question, because I didn't see it clearly in the report, have you taken any classes outside of what you were going to do through the school for safety and sanitation, anything to change that if you were presented with the same situation that you were presented before, that you wouldn't find yourself back in that situation?
Yeah, I have to do it. I will.
But have you done that up until today?
No, ma'am.
Okay, no further questions.
Thank you. Vice President Funk?
Thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your apology for your decorum during the inspections. I think our number one concern with the inspections and with the violations is public safety and making sure that you understand why hands need to be washed between each patron, why disposable items need to be disposed of. And I understand you said you were the owner of this establishment and now you're just looking for your individual license. Is that correct?
Yeah. And then I'm sorry. Back to the question for her, for Miss. I have to learn the when I become the audit. I have to took the class for the safety for the client. Yes, I do have that. The one.
Are you addressing me? You're saying that you
I'm
took a class?
Yeah. Because you say, do I have to learn anything else for the safety issue for the client? Yes, I do. Yeah, I did have it's got a that moment the class I have to took it online for the 90 question about the safety issues. Yeah,
About safety and
I do have
sanitation?
for the just for the makeup audit, not for the nail salon, for the nail, but the makeup audit stuff. I think very much like you can consider that you care for the client.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
What are you looking to do with your cosmetologist license? What specific duties of the cosmetologist realm do you look forward to doing if you were to get your license back?
Yes, because I plan to open the business again. Yeah.
So you're personally not looking to do hair or nails, but rather be the establishment owner again?
I want to do that again.
Okay.
I want to have a license, so I want to get back
To
my,
own a salon and have employees?
yeah, to have a
Okay.
chance to do that again. Yeah.
Okay. No further questions from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bertram?
No questions.
Ms. Ellis,
No questions.
Dr. Jimenez,
No questions.
Ms. Kavanaugh,
No questions.
Ms. Lamelli,
No questions.
Ms. Miller,
No questions.
Ms. Munoz,
No questions.
Ms. Pham,
No questions. Thank you.
Mr. Weeks.
Couple of quick questions. For the majority of your testimony today, you basically took no responsibility for what happened in your salon. In fact, you said it was really the fault of our inspectors, the way they were coming in and ganging up on you. Yet you had, by my count, you've had 5 times you've been inspected, 5 times you failed the inspection, all for some pretty serious health and safety violations. I'm ignoring the violent incident that happened. You're back saying you want your license again, but it's really okay if you don't get your license. You're back saying that you want to be an establishment owner. And it's the establishment owner that enforces these health and safety regulations that we have. So I'm having difficulty with seeing how you've really changed.
When I say I want to, I will change because working on this kind of work, you have to protect the client, protect the consumer. So I will try the best I can to keep everything is in the right way for the customer.
Well, protecting your clients is certainly very important, and that's the reason we exist. And that's the reason that you're in here today, because you went years without protecting your clients.
But
So I'm trying to understand after 5 attempts to do it and no changes made at all, do you think you have the ability to make these changes and
yes,
be a
yes, sir, I will.
180-degree different person?
I will. The reason I will because I have family. I have a kid. I need to survive. Also, I have to do the right way because, like I said, when I build a business, even though they've cut me in 5 times, I know that. But, I always keep the business clean most of the time. But
Wait. You always keep the business clean?
yes, sir.
Did you see what
I
these
always try.
violations were? Their health and safety, their cleanliness.
I do understand, but I don't know how to explain to you because on the nail salon, it's very hard for when you say that 100% no dirty on that. But I always keep it clean. I'm clean the person. That is who am I.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Ms. Doherty, any follow-up?
No follow-up based off that, Your Honor. Thank you.
And then any final questions from any board members? All right, seeing no hands. Mr. Deng, is there anything else you would like to say on your own behalf?
I would say like whatever happened in the past, I just want to say sorry. And I try to improve myself. If I have a chance to be the owner again, yes, I will do the best that I can. That's the only thing I say, because no matter what I say, but yeah, I don't do it. It's the same thing. But I will try the best I can. That's all I want to say.
All right.
The best I can do.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
And let me just confirm, you don't want to call any other witnesses or
And I don't need nobody. I'm fine with that.
or present any other documents, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That takes us then to closing argument. Ms. Doherty, I realize you're not here in an adversarial capacity, but if you'd like to make any closing remarks, you may.
Your Honor, we would just direct the board to review any, if there isn't any rehabilitation, which seems to be lacking in this case when deciding whether that license should be reinstated. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dang, if you'd like to make any closing argument, you can summarize what you think the board should focus on and what outcome you would like to happen.
No.
Okay. In a moment, then, I'll ask if the matter is submitted. By that, I mean, are you happy that you've had a full opportunity to present all evidence and make all argument that you'd like to present and make? Ms. Doherty, for the people, is the matter submitted?
The matter is submitted, Your Honor. Thank you.
And Mr. Dang, for you, is the matter submitted?
Thank you.
All right, then the matter is submitted, the case is closed, and we are off the record. Don't leave just yet.
Yeah.
I need to give our court reporter a chance to ask you for any words or terms that she might need spelled, so I'll have you go and speak to her for just a moment. I will also let you know that the board will meet in closed session after today, and will decide what to do with your petition, so you won't get your result today, but you'll receive it in the mail in the next short while.
Thank you so much.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you. With that, you can go ahead and chat with our court reporter. It's 10:48. Why don't we come back at 11 o'clock for the next petition? We'll just be in a brief break. And so for our next petitioner, Ms. Elmer, you can go ahead and come take a seat. And then perhaps we have an interpreter present at this point? Okay. Oh, you're hiding there. Okay, very good. All right, you can join her at the table here as well. Thank you. To get back online here. All right. Seems like we're back and ready to go. It's 11 o'clock. We're not on the record yet. We're joined by our next petitioner, Ms. Elmer here, who is being assisted by a Hmong interpreter, Mr. Marchetti. Before we went on the record, or sorry, we're not on the record yet. Before we reconvened here, I explained the hearing procedures that will follow. So in a moment, we'll go on the record. I'll briefly summarize that explanation. I'll take a roll call, and then we'll begin with the hearing. Also, by way of just letting everyone know, there is part of the evidence will include a video. And so once it's time for that video to show, I'll let the facility know it'll be on this screen. And I believe, will it also be on the, okay, it'll also be on the screens that are before the members. It's about a minute long. So just wanted to give people a heads up about that as well. Ms. Elmer, do you have any questions before we begin?
I do have your honor. This regarding this matter, I feel so sorry. It's stupid matter to me because I'm here today to ask, please relieve my license back because.
Let me stop you for a minute.
Yeah, that's all.
I don't want to be rude.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that when we hear from you, it's during the hearing and you're under oath, so the board members can give everything you say the appropriate weight.
Okay.
Do you have any go ahead.
Okay. Yeah.
Do you have any questions about the hearing process?
I don't have anything at this time.
Okay. Once we're on the record, I realize that you have some English. Ask that you allow Mr. Marchetti to translate all the English into Hmong. Respond to him in Hmong, and then he will translate that to us in English.
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Doherty, anything to address before we go on the record?
Not at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Esquivel-Parkinson, are you ready? All right. We are on the record in the matter of the petition for reinstatement of Kaying Elmer. This matter is being heard before the State Board of Barbering and Cosmetology with case number BC 2025-21210. My name is Sean Gavin. I am the administrative law judge from the Office of Administrative Hearings who is presiding over this matter. The OAH case number is 2025-060906. At this point, I will do a roll call of the board members to establish a quorum. Please ensure when you respond, your microphone is on. I'll start with President Fairley,
Present.
Vice President Funk,
Present.
Mr. Bertram,
Present.
Ms. Ellis,
Present.
Dr. Jimenez,
Present.
Ms. Kavanaugh,
Present.
Ms. Lamelli,
Present.
Ms. Miller,
Present.
Ms. Munoz,
Present.
Ms. Pham,
Present.
and Mr. Weeks.
Present.
Thank you. These members constitute a quorum. I will also ask the parties to identify themselves, starting with counsel.
Good morning, Caitlin Doherty, Deputy Attorney General. I'm appearing on behalf of the Attorney General pursuant to Government Code Section 11522, representing the people of the state of California. I'm here to assist the Administrative Law Judge and the Board of Barbering and Cosmetology in fact-finding. My role is not adversarial, but is intended to protect the public interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Doherty. And for the petitioner, can I have you identify yourself, please?
My name is Ying, last name Elmer.
All right, thank you. You're here assisted by a Hmong interpreter.
Yes.
I will have that person identify himself.
Good morning, Matt Marchetti, registered Hmong interpreter, oath on file 700204.
Mr. Marchetti, I do need to administer the interpreter's oath. Do you swear or affirm that, to the best of your skill and judgment, you will make a true interpretation of the questions asked and the answers given from English to Hmong and Hmong to English, and that, if necessary, you will make a true translation of any documents which require a translation?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll also invite our court reporter to identify herself. Thank you. Ms. Elmer, I realize that you understand some English. Requested an interpreter for this hearing. As a result, for your protection and benefit, I will ask that even if you understand the questions in English, please allow Mr. Marchetti to translate them to Hmong, respond in Hmong, then he will translate that to English. That will protect your record to make sure that you understood what you were answering. Before we went on the record, I explained the hearing procedures. Very briefly, to summarize, in a moment, Ms. Doherty will present the petition packet and supporting documents, and explain the license and disciplinary history. After that, you can testify. You can call your character witness. And if you had any additional documents, you could walk us through those. That includes the video that you have uploaded. After you testify, and your character witness testifies, I'll give Ms. Doherty and each board member a chance to ask you any questions they have. When all the evidence is presented, I'll give you both a chance to summarize the evidence and ask the board for the result that you want. Do you have any questions about those procedures?
질문.
I do not.
If you do have questions, please ask as they come up for you. Ms. Doherty, you can proceed as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. What's been pre-marked as Exhibit 1 in this matter is the petition packet submitted by petitioner and the board. What's first in that packet is a summary of petitioner's license history with the board. Located in attachment 1 is the petition for reinstatement that was submitted by petitioner. What's located in attachment 2 is petitioner's supporting documents that were submitted with that petition. What's located in attachment 3 is the hearing confirmation form. What's located in attachment 4 is the notice of hearing for today's hearing. What's located in attachment 5 is the license history certification for petitioner.
Certification history.
What's located in attachment 6 is the proposed decision and order with accusation number 2020-12084. In attachment 7 is the petition for reconsideration that was filed by petitioner. What's located in attachment 8 is the denial of that petition for reconsideration that was issued by the board. What's located in attachment 9 is the petition for reinstatement, case number 2024-2799 that denied petitions, that resulted in a denial of that petition. Lastly, what's located in attachment 10 is the decision and order for case number 2024-2799. Your Honor, at this time, our office would ask that this petition packet be admitted for all purposes in part. On behalf of the public, we would raise an objection to hearsay and relevance to numerous documents located within attachment 2 of petitioner's supporting documents.
Ms. Elmer, you're free to follow along. We're in the binder that's in front of you there. Ms. Doherty will take you to the correct page.
This is the attachment 2. They're labeled by the
Ms. Doherty, you said that attachment 2 was included with the petition.
That is correct, Your Honor.
And that's the reason that you're presenting it as part of the case.
Correct, Your Honor. It's not typical for our office to make an objection, but given the certain types of documents included in that petition, we want to protect our record and raise the relevance and hearsay objection.
Can you tell me what pages?
Correct. So as to A11 in the entirety of that, we would raise the hearsay objection, but more specific as to on case center pages A11 to A61, we would.
I'm going to just pause you for one moment while I get there. And let me just clarify for our board members, the packets that you have in front of you do not have the page numbers that Ms. Doherty is referring to. For the time being, I just want to get an inventory from her of what specific pages she's raising the objection to. If the objection is sustained and those documents are excluded from the packet, then we'll identify what pages they are for you so you know what pages not to consider. If the objections are overruled, then it will be unnecessary to have done that because you're free to look at the documents. So hopefully that makes sense. So I realize that for now, you'll be a bit in the dark. I apologize for it, but I just think it's faster to do it this way.
Can I ask a question with that?
Yes.
Because we received these documents ahead of time and I've already reviewed them and notated them, if they are considered to be excluded, how then, what is our instructions on our notes and the information that we have?
If a document is excluded from this packet based on an objection, that will mean that when you decide this case, you are not free to consider that document or the contents of it. So even if you have been exposed to it by having read it ahead of time, you will simply have to ignore what you read, set that aside, and make your decision based only on the record that is included and not rely on those excluded portions if that comes up. You're welcome. All right, Ms. Doherty, you said A11?
A11 to A61, that portion of the supporting documents, we would raise a relevance objection to relitigating the underlying matter that all these documents were ruled on, and there's within those documents, there appears to be hearsay statements written all over them, but they were ruled on the underlying case that resulted in that revocation
Ruled on in what way?
by an administrative law judge for the prior hearing.
But meaning ruled on as in admitted or not?
These copies of the documents, these portions, because they're incomplete, portion. For example, Your Honor, the police report that's attached to in these documents, the entirety of that police report was admitted in the administrative hearing without the handwritten comments, as it was a certified copy. So it was admitted under Lake versus Reed. Today, we have portions of some of those reports or other various documents that have nothing to do with this petition hearing or have to do with other citations issued by the board for other licensees.
Okay. Is there a reason that we wouldn't simply admit the document in its entirety and allow the portions that you believe to be irrelevant to go to the weight, if any?
Your Honor, to make it easier for the board, we'd be agreeable as administrative hearsay as to attachment 2.
Okay. Let me hear from Ms. Elmer as well. Ms. Elmer, in the packet that's in front of you, you'll need to turn to the second tab, number 2. The binder that you have is the exhibits for the hearing that was before yours and your hearing. So the first set of pages is not related to your case. Ms. Doherty, can you direct them, please?
And Your Honor, just for clarification, they only have her exhibits in that binder.
Oh, my mistake.
This is attachment 2. Your Honor, they're at attachment 2.
Okay. And Ms. Doherty, A11 through A61 is the entirety of Exhibit 2, is that right?
The entirety of exhibit 2 or attachment 2 would be A11 to A85.
Okay. One moment. I just need to scroll to A61 and see which page it corresponds to, so I can direct her to, so she knows which pages are at stake here.
So, Your Honor, we're gonna, if we're doing as to, I have multiple objections for numerous groups of pages, and so that would cover the entirety of attachment 2 if we were as we can do as a hearsay objection to the entirety of attachment 2.
Okay, so you're proposing to admit the entirety of attachment 2 as administrative hearsay?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, that helps me. Thank you. Ms. Elmer, the documents that you submitted with your petition that are marked as attachment 2 within the binder in front of you, Ms. Doherty is asking that the board consider those documents in a special way known as administrative hearsay. What that means is that if I agree with her, the board will be allowed to consider those pages, but only to the extent that the information within those pages helps to supplement or explain other evidence. It means that the board would not be able to rely on those pages independent of other evidence, to make any findings or conclusions. I realize that I'm explaining to you a legal concept, maybe for the first time. So if you have any questions about that, I'll do my best to answer them.
I don't think I understand.
Okay.
What does it mean?
It means that when the board decides whether to grant your petition, it will be allowed to look at Exhibit 2 or Attachment 2, and each member will be allowed to consider what is included in Exhibit 2. I keep saying Exhibit, Attachment 2. But
I don't know, but I am willing to do it.
okay. Let me just finish. But when they consider Attachment 2, they can only use those facts to help them understand other facts.
Okay.
All right. Is there any reason that you think I should not do that?
No, I don't have anything.
All right. So exhibit, or pardon me, Attachment 2, is that the only attachment that you're offering in that way?
Correct, Your Honor.
Ms. Elmer, for all of the pages, meaning not just Attachment 2, but the whole packet, is there any reason you think the board should not consider any of those pages?
I don't fully understand all the rules, but I don't, if they want to see it, I don't have a problem with them seeing it.
The board has the packet that you have. Do you think it would be unfair if the board looked at all those pages?
Oh, no, I'm fine with them looking at everything.
Okay. Exhibit 1 is admitted with Attachment 2 admitted as administrative hearsay. I trust the board members heard my explanation of what that means. And I will ensure, as part of my job, during closed session, that all of the evidence is given the appropriate and legal weight. You can proceed, Ms. Doherty.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, I'd like to present a license history background for petitioner.
Go just 10% slower than you think you need to.
Thank you, Your Honor. On March 22nd of 1986, the board issued cosmetologist license number KK 161680 to petitioner.
What year?
1986.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ms. Elmer, at this point, Ms. Doherty will just summarize information for the board. It's not necessary for you to say whether you agree or disagree.
Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry.
That's okay. If there's something with which you disagree, you can make a note of it. And then when it comes time for you to testify, you can tell the board what, if anything, you think Ms. Doherty got wrong.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Doherty.
Thank you, Your Honor. In 2012, the board issued 2 citations to respondents' establishment license, A 272-400. The basis of these citations included, but are not limited to, that respondent refused an inspection, there was no licensee in charge of the establishment, employing an unlicensed person, and displaying an expired license. Illegal instruments on the premises and instruments not disinfected properly. In between 2015 to 2017, the board issued 2 citations to petitioner's cosmetologist license.
Cosmetology.
The violations that resulted from these citations included, but are not limited to, violations for displaying expired licenses, instruments not being disinfected properly, and licenses not visibly posted at workstations. On July 27th of 2020, the board filed accusation number accusation number 2020-12084 against petitioner's cosmetologist license. In response to that accusation, petitioner filed a notice of defense to defend her license. On May 19th of 2021, an administrative hearing was held on the accusation in this matter. During that hearing, petitioner was represented by an attorney. As a result of that hearing, an administrative law judge found that petitioner attempted to forcibly remove a board inspector from the establishment she was employed. Additionally, the administrative law judge found petitioner grabbed the inspector's arm and repeatedly attempted to pull the inspector outside. Additionally, that administrative law judge found that even though the inspector asked petitioner numerous times to let her arm go, petitioner did not comply with those directions. As a result, the administrative law judge found that petitioner was in violation of Business and Professions Code sections 7404 in regards to refusal to permit and/or interfering with a board inspection, 7313 for refusal to allow a board inspector to access the establishment to inspect the salon, 7317, and that she performed cosmetology services in a salon that had an expired establishment license, and 7404 subdivision A for unprofessional conduct.
Unprofessional conduct.
On August 24th of 2021, the board adopted the administrative law judge's proposed decision revoking petitioner's license and ordering costs in the amount of $11,667.50. On September 20th of 2021, petitioner submitted a petition for reconsideration. On September 20th of 2021, petitioner submitted a petition for reconsideration of that final decision issued by the board. On October 28th of 2021, the board denied petitioner's petition for reconsideration. On April 30th of 2023, petitioner filed a petition for reinstatement of her cosmetologist license. On July 2nd of 2024, a hearing was held on petitioner's petition for reinstatement. Petitioner was represented by an attorney at that hearing. On July 2nd of 2024, the board issued a decision and order denying the reinstatement of petitioner's cosmetologist license. In that decision, the board made factual findings that at the petition hearing, petitioner had failed to establish she had achieved sufficient rehabilitation to warrant a reinstatement of her license. During that petition, the board noted that petitioner continued to deny the prior conduct that had been alleged against her. Additionally, to note, in that decision, the board noted that they had concerns that petitioner was still working as a cosmetologist, but in an unlicensed fashion based off character references submitted by petitioner. On June 23rd of 2025, petitioner submitted another petition for reinstatement to the board. Petitioner is asking that her cosmetologist license be reinstated. Today, petitioner has an outstanding cost amount of $11,667.50 to the board. Because the burden is on petitioner, I have no further statements, but reserve the right to question petitioner today. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Doherty. Ms. Elmer, this is your opportunity to address the board. To do that through testimony, I'll have you raise your right hand so I can swear you in. You solemnly swear or affirm, under penalty of perjury, that the testimony you'll give in this case be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
All right, thank you. You can explain to the board in your own words what you think they should know when they decide this case.
Lời của cho địa lu ta la mà chị của luôn bày xứ của chia tổ chức.
I wanted to have it recognized that the store is in my name, but I am not the owner of the business. I don't know what else that I need to say.
Để cho tăng mạnh nó chỉ là mua sao thì của xứ đó chỉ chia của nhà tổ chức.
I just want to recognize that the issues that are being charged are the owners should be charged toward the owner, not towards me. I've seen that the mistakes are over.
The board has had a chance to review your petition and supporting documents. And in a case like this, the board is most interested in any rehabilitation. Which usually means information about what has changed between the time of discipline and now.
Oh,
If there's anything you'd like to say about that, you may.
dạ, lúc rehabilitation gì của nhóm hỗ trợ của nhóm hỗ trợ sáng tạo thế cỡ rồi cho cái chuyện gì thế
Since the violation, I've been studying more at home, trying to understand the rules better.
thế của cỡ how more sanitation thế
I took a course on sanitation.
và sai cỡ của tôi ở đại certificate thế
I also have 2 certificates.
của một cỡ khó của lỡ hai tiết của cũng cỡ tao của đại certificate thì anger management thế
I also took an anger management course and got a certificate for that.
thì của tôi chia tôi nâng đợi thì của thầy phân tua hành gì thế
That there won't be ever any issue ever if they come and need to speak to me again.
thì của thêm một đặc là sai rồi rong đó của tôi chỉ tôi thì của chỉ nào cũng sai là sai rồi rong của nhân đâu nợ đua
I was overwhelmed in the passing of my husband, and I was not able to keep up on all the rules.
chỉ cho tôi chỉ tôi thì của một xe này thì của
When my husband passed away, I was so upset, it was hard to control my emotions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Elmer. Anything else you'd like to share before I give Ms. Doherty a chance to ask questions?
Elmer, có một chuyện gì có sẽ hay on đây của tôi Mr. Doherty nu có apel nu.
nó nó của tôi nó của chỗ tôi thọ của đại đạo đặc cá được học đây là của họ tôi chào là chỉ bù là tôi hiểu thì của chỗ tôi thọ của đại đạo đặc cá cái là một trò hiểu được rằng
I am just asking to please have my license reinstated. With it being not allowed, I can't have the clients come, and I'm not able to have business.
thì của chỉ muốn nghe thầy lại thế cái của ta có một tông một hơi lử
I wouldn't be able to pay the fines without being able to go back to work.
của tôi gì bùa đô la sự ý lý sự
I only, right now, I'm living off $800 per month.
yeah thì là mới của cho tăng mà nó chỉ là hiểu được rằng
I hope that we can overcome this situation and that things can be good again.
của bao của tất cả chào thì của chỉ bù là tôi hiểu hậu sự
I know it was wrong for me to not allow them into the business,
và cái lời hiểu của chia tôi chữ thế
but I am not the owner.
All right, thank you. Anything else before I give Ms. Doherty a chance to ask questions?
Có một chuyện gì on đây Mr. Doherty mo apel nu có.
rồi người ta sẽ nói của chúng nó chỉ thế
I don't think I have anything more at this time.
Ms. Doherty, whenever you're ready.
Your Honor, before I proceed with the questions, do you want to address the video or do that after?
Video tao cá.
I think we'll do that after.
Ms. Elmer, can you tell me what you currently do for a living?
Miss Elmer need nó có hello Dutchy.
phải của gì của tôi phải của tôi chỉ tôi tại của nhỏ sự
Since 2018, when my husband, 2017, when my husband passed away, I haven't been doing anything.
And do you understand that you were disciplined by the board for refusing to allow an inspection and interfering with an inspection?
Bộ tao tao hai tỷ là mua đại yếu giá đâu có đâu có từ tôi mua ít tu nên tôi son rồi lo thì chỉ có chỉ tao bố tuần đằng cá hậu có bốn cái chiếc con đã.
chỉ là vì của chia tôi chữ để của thọ gì ta chỉ nói
Yes, I'm very sorry. I just, again, I'm not the owner.
And do you also understand that part of that discipline was a result from you failing or you working at an establishment with an expired license?
Bộ bảo hai tỷ ít có tại mình rồi có nó giờ rồi có hai tỷ lưu chế có hai lưu hậu chỉ the license tức ta là tức expire là có bộ tao bảo con đã.
lúc sẽ hỏi nó của chừng mua
At the time, they did still have the license.
And do you understand that it's a licensee's responsibility to make sure an establishment's license is in good standing with the board?
Có bộ tỏ tỏ hai tia ya tia có một tu license xia blo ho chỉ có ở halo hai lúc chạy xia blo ho ya có halo bao hai tia lúc chạy mua là đại license là
Lỡ bố lưng mua license ta tu nhớ thầu của nhớ.
their license had expired when I wasn't there.
Thầu của chuyện nhớ mà lỡ như mua.
They had it while I was still there.
And my question is, sitting here today, do you understand if your license was reinstated, that it's your responsibility to make sure the establishment you are working in has a valid license?
Cô sa bao hai tia nô nọ có bộ bao hai tia ya tia có ở halo cho ilu chạy xia blo ho có ichu xe là những một license rằng on đây có halo cho là cho có còn là một bao cho có tổ khen có cũng cái xe còn đã.
Bởi vì mua mà.
Yes, and they do have it.
And you testified earlier that you committed or completed an anger management course. Is that correct?
Có tờ hai tia có tờ mò i trong halo anger management bây giờ.
Cũng mua ta mà.
Yes, I did.
And you took that anger management course as a result of your criminal case. Is that correct?
Là tờ hai có trong halo anger management rồi có tờ mò i có tờ mình lá chạy bây giờ.
Yeah.
Yes.
And can you tell me what you learned from that anger management course?
Cháu có con cái chưa cái chỉ con giáo này anger management có tờ cái lọ bao đó chỉ lần đã còn đã.
Còn chỉ có bố thì chúng nó tới chạy một lý cha thế. Sao ta chuyện thiếu của chị cả. Còn qua trời tới chạy xứ.
Mainly just that you need to make sure that you follow the rules and the law. Other than that, I'm trying to think. I don't know.
If your license was reinstated, how would you handle a situation if a consumer came in that made you upset? How would you respond?
Yeah, thì là cả mỗi cái đại license cho có đùa chỉ ít tuần nên tua cho có chỉ hello chỉ tuần đã có con bảo ta có yêu đó chỉ một tay mình.
Hay là thì giờ cũng tu chữ mà. Nên nó cũng bảo là mà chết tua đặc hơi thằng đó cũng chơi tu chữ này cũng giờ tu chơi cũng chỉ chữ là nó cũng chơi là tua thủ cũng chỉ bảo đấy thế.
If that came up, I would make sure that the owner would be able to address the situation. As I'm not the owner, I would have them try to make sure that they resolve the issue.
And do you understand that you are responsible for your own actions under your own license?
Có bộ tao tao hai tia thầu có mỗi cái license có ya tu chưa có tu khen chỉ có ya tu responsible rồi ít bây giờ có ở bây giờ.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
And if a board inspector came into a shop, if your license was reinstated and wanted to inspect your station, how would you interact with that inspector?
Ya tia lu bit so ya tia có mỗi cái license đồ thì ít tuần nên sang chuột lò tu inspector lò so có chế hello nó có yêu ở đó chỉ thầu là lò.
Chỉ là sure mà.
I would allow them to inspect.
And can you tell me the last time you've worked as a cosmetologist?
Có bộ bao giờ ta có tàu hello ở sẽ lo hậu tới ya tàu tứ.
Là hãy bố thọ bảo đó.
You're talking about a long time ago?
If she can recall the date of the last time she practiced as a cosmetologist.
Nó sẽ bao giờ có tàu hello sẽ lo hậu tới ya tàu tứ.
Của chú ấp lá hậu thọ ấp hạt của gì là của tự sĩ thọ của tự nhỏ xí này.
I haven't practiced since
Ấp hạt của gì.
since 2018 when my husband died. After my husband had died.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just for clarification, you haven't provided any haircuts or hair treatment?
Don't worry.
Có chỉ tàu sẽ bao đã chỉ lý bây giờ.
Don't worry.
No, I have not.
Are you familiar with the documents that were submitted in support of your petition?
Có bộ bọ dọn đón tờ có tờ một trò là sai lần đã có tờ nó.
ឧបមា
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I assist them? And if we can go to the letter written by Ashant Sheklan, Shant Sheklan. And if I may have permission from the court to assist the translator.
Yes, can you also let the board members know what page that's on?
It's on page A71. It's part of
A set dot E.
attachment. It's part of attachment 2, where the character reference letters are located.
It'll be part of attachment 2.
And then exhibit 2 of that attachment. I believe there's handwritten exhibit numbers.
Okay.
For the board, it's after the state document. For the board, it's probably 20 pages in after the state fund document. It's in our packet, exhibit 3. So under 2, it would be exhibit 3, the second page. Found it? Okay.
Ms. Doherty, is that right? It's exhibit 3 of attachment 2?
Your Honor, let me clarify 1 second.
Yeah.
Your Honor, looking at it again, it looks like an exhibit 11 on the copy I have. It's-
Oh, okay. See, wrong one.
It's towards the back of that attachment.
What's the case under number?
It would be A71.
A set dot E.
It's 2 after Exhibit 12, the handwritten Exhibit 12.
Hang on. Let's just go off the record for a moment. I just need to make sure that Ms. Esquivel Parkinson doesn't need to type every single page direction. Well, I'll make sure we get on the right page and then we'll go back on.
And Your Honor, I know we're off the record, but to help everyone find it, it looks like they're not our Bates numbers, but there is an exhibit, I believe I, showing up on every document in the left or on this document in that right-hand bottom corner.
Okay, board. So in our packet, it's number 2. It's exhibit 12. And it is the first, it's the second letter that is marked I.
Yeah, I.
Got it? Okay.
What could be clearer?
I apologize for the confusion.
I need to get there. You said it's 12?
It's 12.
Okay,
That one, right?
this
there.
one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, is everyone on the correct page?
No?
Seeing heads nodding. Ms. Esquivel Parkinson, are you ready to go back on? All right, we are back on the record. It appears that everyone has landed on the correct page. Ms. Doherty, you can ask the question whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hying, do you know when this letter was written?
tôi cho ý chán tờ mà đã chỉ của chị nhạc cá rồi đã chỉ tụi nó chưa của tụi khách chị người người do tụi khách xong phụ thủ thế nào
I don't remember the dates of it. It was a long time ago. This is a cousin from way back.
do phụ tụi khách này của tụi khách a long time
Sorry, this is someone that was a customer for a long time,
và của chị tao trên được lá hồ chị
but I haven't been cutting their hair.
yeah. cho nên là qua của tuần sai từ customer rồi nè.
Now they're my daughter's customer.
Yeah, của chị tao chỉ là bao censored.
I haven't been cutting the hair
1999.
them since 1999.
Do you know if this letter was written before or after your license was revoked?
Có buồn cho cái thì là tao sợ tại nó on đây là check out the license là ya tao cái là check out the license.
Phải nói chơi ở của tuần sai.
My daughter would probably know.
Did your daughter get these letters for you?
Có tuần sai bây giờ tụi khờ cho chẳng là nó có.
Để nhớ nó mà.
Yes, she's here.
Okay. And in the letter, it states, I'm now a father of two and regularly take my children with me to Kay's shop and have my son's haircut by her or another staff member. Do you see that?
Chẳng là nó hay thì cô mua ở tụi mấy nhỏ thì cô yên cho cô cho mấy nhỏ lọt ra cái shop thì cô mua tụi bọn này nó là chỉ lựa cho nên ở hà nội hậu tiền là chập lót hậu có phụ bỏ con đã.
Để mà mình giống ở tụi mình mà tôi là của tuần sai xin.
Yes, they have two children. They've been going to see my daughter.
Okay. And just so it's clear, is it your testimony that you're no longer cutting this individual's or this customer's kid's hair?
Có hai lưu tiết có chi tiết tụi nó cho mấy nhỏ chập lót hậu là bây giờ.
Mình chỉ chế vào tuần 99 không?
No, I haven't been cutting their hair since 1999.
Cho sự của chị tao tiền rồi nhỉ.
Back then I was doing the father's hair.
And can you tell me, you mentioned that you took some continuing education classes. Can you tell me what you learned from those classes regarding following the health and safety regulations?
Có hai thì có tụi có tư cách cho class sanitation về có khi cô có tư cách lý cho lần được có class in the phụ tao.
Ai của chú cười trong barber side thì sao on sanitation. Yeah,
For the barbershop and sanitation.
And what specific rules and regulations did those classes address?
Tôi có ô có class in that so called sanitation về thì sẽ xếp là hồ về có tư cách đó chỉ lần được con đó.
Prevent cho prevent cho phá nhà về theo giờ nó một có cho sức để cho nên.
It taught about the bacteria and sanitation for people and health safety.
And taking those courses, do you now understand the importance of those laws and regulations?
Rồi có tư cách còn đó ta là có thiết lý ni nó tao vị lý cho là một cái cho lý nó là tranh tranh một cái cho sanitation in đó bây giờ.
Yeah.
Yes.
And why are those rules and regulations important?
So cái cho còn đó sanitation là tranh tranh vị lý cho.
Là mấy phần sự community
They help the community. They help you having the skill you need.
của thế.
They help me.
Của cho được phá nhà thế.
They also help
Phá nhà chỉ là cho disease and then.
They help for the inspectors.
And if your license was reinstated, you have an outstanding cost in the amount of $11,667.50. Would you be able to pay that if your license was reinstated?
Dạ thì là cho có mua có đại license cho có chuẩn nhầm blue kéo ít pa drop một drop cho shadow on chiếc kéo xanh có po you take on that.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes.
Make payment.
Yes, definitely. If I could get reinstated, I would be making payments.
Yeah, của nhà data của tôi của nhà data của tôi gì.
Like
Yeah.
Có nhà.
Có data của nhà chỉ có thể.
Yeah, I would make sure I do have to get some dental work done, but I would also make sure that I paid it.
Yeah.
Your Honor, at this time, I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Doherty. I do want to give the board members a chance to ask questions as well, but I think it's probably appropriate that we show the video first, so that way we don't have to do 2 rounds of questioning for the board members. Ms. Elmer, you submitted a video as part of the evidence for this case, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
And you would like the board to see that when they decide this case?
Sẽ là có xã sai xứ đặc hợp của chị tao thấy tụi năng đời chị của hay xã tôi ba của.
Yes, if they would like to see it, I don't want to force anybody to do anything, but yes, if they want to see it.
Okay, it's not forcing, and we have the technology to do it, so we'll be happy to do that.
Your Honor.
I will ask the facility to get that up on the screens for the.
Your Honor, prior to playing that video, our office would raise an objection as to relevance and hearsay, just protect the record.
Okay, I can't rule on that yet because I haven't seen the video. All right, to the facility whenever you're ready.
This is the moderator. One moment while I get that video up. All right, and just confirming you can see the video screen?
Video screen.
Yes, we are.
Okay, perfect. I'll hit the play button.
Can you make it a full screen? I can't do it from here.
Ms. Elmer, should there be audio to this?
Của chị cả.
I don't remember.
Thấy không?
It's been a long time.
Okay. Can you help the board members understand what is it that they're watching right now?
Video na yadachi.
Tại nó tốt ba thì của chị tao giá nữa từ inspector A. Của chị hay cầm đồ rong xuống của chị.
I just want to show that I did not grab the inspector. I just told them to leave.
Đó là phải. Chị tao đau của chị tao.
I didn't hit them. I didn't assault them.
Okay, so I don't want to make any assumptions. What is that a video of?
Video na yadachi.
Cho khó inspector để của mình đau nữa của chị tao đau.
Because the inspector said that I struck them and I did not strike them.
But what specifically were we watching? Was it was it a security camera footage from a certain day?
It's a camera. There's two cameras in the shop.
And was there some specific event that was being shown?
Video no.
Mày đu nhân đồ rong mà chị bỏ nè.
I'm not sure what was the question.
I just want to know what is it a video of?
Video no yadachi.
Oh, đó là hạt tiền của cha lợi tụi inspector cái của chị tao cha chị ba của sao?
There's testimony that I grabbed and dragged out the inspector, and this is a video showing that I did not do that.
Okay, so this is video of the day that the inspector visited.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Doherty, if you have questions, you can ask.
Ms. Elmer, do you know who took this video?
Miss Elmer video, no? It's recorded from the shop.
And who recorded the video in the video? Someone's recording the security footage. Who did that?
The morning or video length to video no security no. It was my son.
And do you recall what date your son recorded that video?
Có buồn giọt có là cái video nào nút bản tí tứ.
Right after tu ta lua tu na ya.
It was right after the inspector came.
No, tu ta lua.
Tụ tà lùa đó.
Ta lua ya police.
Oh, it was right after the police came.
And can I ask additional questions about the video, or do you want me to stick to foundational, Your Honor?
You can cross on the video.
Ms. Elmer, by including this video with your petition packet, are you still denying the underlying allegations that you interfered with an inspection by pulling an inspector out of the shop?
So có một video nào có post video nào hay thì có tức chỉ là tụi mình của tàu giá tụi inspector tại lúc ta là lúc shop nào.
Oh, ku che tu ja da ku cho tho chi de ku chi tao wa da ku chi tao wa ye ku de chi tao wa ka lo ja lu chi ku sư.
I just want to make it known that I didn't do it, that I didn't do that. Hay đồ đâu.
Ku chi tao wa ye ku cho to tho chi de ku chi tao đau lo tu nang li lần hai da.
I'm apologizing for anything to do with the incident, but I just want to make sure that it's known that I did not attack them.
Okay.
And I'm asking for forgiveness and saying that I'm sorry. But I didn't do that.
Do you think you did any of the violations alleged in the accusation?
Lu Elliot tantra có bộ sai thì có chỉ tạo đã chỉ làm được Lu Elliot hay thì có chỉ tạo được sao cái lái xe nó.
Ku tu chi no ku chi ma chi ku ye len a chi ma ku tu chi tu chi ni.
There are charges, but I am not the owner. That was a mistake.
Do you understand that the discipline was against your personal cosmetologist license?
Có bộ tao hay thì là phong có đại license xử là chỉ phong chỉ hello nó.
Lo phong ku de chi phong che ho lu.
So they charged me, but they didn't charge the organization.
The question is just, did you understand that the accusation was against your personal license, not that of the establishment?
So nó sẽ có bộ tao hay thì là phong có đại license thì là chỉ phong chỉ là họ là phong có đại license bây giờ có phong cái sẽ không đó.
Chi mai ya ku lo mo ku dan da ya việc họ ku na chao de le tu inspection la ya de ya da chi na ku chi pao de ku cho tho chi sư.
They failed my license because it didn't pass the inspection. But sorry, point of clarification by the interpreter. But the phone call the license code nature la pass call inspection here.
Ku chi tao tao na hai ja na hai ja.
I didn't understand. I don't really understand what you're saying. Can you please repeat it?
The question that Ms. Doherty asked you was, did you understand that the accusation was against your license, not the license of the business?
So nó sắp có hai đứa có phong cái shit thở là phong có đại license thì chỉ phong chỉ là lộ license là phong có đại license nữa.
Ya phong ku license de ya ku ya vi cha.
But why did they charge my license?
It may be that you have questions about why that happened, but right now, Ms. Doherty is not sure, and perhaps the board members are not sure, if you understood that your license was the one at stake, not the business's license.
So đây giờ có chỉ tao tan cho đất mà tu Ms. Doherty nó sắp có hai đứa con cái shit hai đứa thở là phong có đại license cosmetology sửa là chỉ phong lưu chỉ là lộ nó nè lộ phong rồi có đại license xử lý thở bị hại sát nó.
Lo phong ku dai license việc họ ku ya vi da chi na vi de ku chi fu le quá
Was it charged against my license because I didn't allow the inspection?
I'm not trying to be difficult, but the question you're being asked is very straightforward, and you're answering it with a different question.
I don't understand.
Okay. I'll accept that as your answer, Ms. Doherty. She did not understand. You can ask your next question.
Thank you.
Ms. Doherty.
Your Honor, I have nothing further based off that. Thank you.
I will now see if the board members have any questions, starting with President Fairley.
I apologize if I did anything wrong.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
I apologize if I did anything wrong.
Thank you.
Joe.
Good afternoon at this point, right? Yes. Mrs. Elmer,
Ms. Elmer,
you are here and asking the board to give you your license back. And one of the difficulties that I am having as an industry member, a salon owner, and an active stylist is your lack of accountability for the incident that you brought forth.
salon owner here.
You stated several times that you did not do what you are being accused of in regards to violating the space of the inspector. However, in the packet that you submitted for your own defense, it is stated several times that, and board, if you want to follow me, all right, here we go with this exhibits again. All right. So for our board packet, the first reference will be Exhibit 3. So I'm sorry, we're in the second, in attachment 2, Exhibit 3. And I think it's the 6th page in, at the top, it would say 7 of 8. It looks like it's the Clovis Police Department's police report. And if you go to the second page, the second paragraph from the bottom, one of the people present during the altercation, which by the name of Loyo, the officer here who took this report is Corporal Borsch, stated, I spoke with worker Reyes Sanchez, who advised she did see Pei Ying put her hand on Cabrillo's arm. However, the altercation was not physical. On the following page, 8 of 8, same deputy, first paragraph, the last sentence, upon speaking to Kaying, she admitted that she did put her hand on DeSutter's arm, but she did not attempt to use physical force. So what is said and documented is that you violated the space of the inspector that was sent there to do their job because you didn't want them to do an inspection.
Giật cái nói chị. Quỳnh tỷ là
Well,
nói.
hang on, there's no question yet.
Chị cá chị ra là nói chị của chụp body của thọ chị ấy của chị quay ý dân gì là xuống.
I am very sorry, and I would never do that ever again.
Của chị
Okay, hang on, wait.
I did not pull on them though.
Yeah.
Wait. We need to wait for a question.
Tại vì một số lần nụ có ý luôn nụ, muốn đây cho.
So my question to you is, you continue to not take responsibility for your actions. However, you expect the board to give you your license back. Please explain.
Ulu nụ trâu có yết yết, có chỉ gạt lãnh sĩ có responsible trâu có tâm mình nó, thì chỉ có chính xác tàu lúc board nó mua cái đại lesson đồ rồi có bia bột còn là bột tao.
Ê, của tứ cờ tài chị của tứ cờ chân tự tài chị là tôi đi chào là được với lại tôi ba rồi community theo ba sự năng sự này.
I did take courses to try to help the community and to help myself.
I'm sorry, repeat that, please.
I did take courses to try to help the community and to help myself.
Em liền rồi chị là tôi ô đi lại xã hội lựa xứ.
And I didn't mean to interfere with their work.
So are you saying that you are taking responsibility for placing your hands on the inspector, or are you still denying that you did not touch the inspector?
Linda có bộ thì có tàu có tụ inspector nó là chỉ có bộ chỉ gạt lãnh hay thì có tàu có tụ inspector nó.
Đây là chị tới rồi của họ tiệt gắt nó thì của chụp bao.
Yes, I mean, I touched them just barely like this.
Yeah.
That was it. It was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Let me just interrupt for a moment.
Yeah.
We're making a transcript. And so when you say like this, that's what the reporter will type.
And you had it like this, you know.
So you'll need to explain with words what you mean by like this.
So có là sự sĩ sức của nó hay Linda này.
Có sự của tiệt ba rồi đó.
It was a light touch.
Don't
It was a light touch like this,
Yeah,
just like
maybe.
this.
Của chị nhặt cá.
A light touch. I don't remember all of it clearly,
Yeah, của chị toàn chá của chị
but I
thôi.
did not pull on them.
Yeah. That she good sorry.
But I am
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
Why did you think it was okay to touch the inspector?
Cô cha có sai đến okay có tụ inspector.
Của chị realize thì một tấn năng lý nó.
I didn't realize the magnitude of the issue.
Yeah. Để rồi nó cũng bao được chị có chị tao với
But
chị
now I
tao.
know that you can't touch people.
Yeah.
Yes.
You also stated several times that you were not the owner. And one time you stated that the business was in your name, but you were not the owner.
Có tới hai từ chế nè, chế lu chế xếp lót không nó nè. Có hai từ chế là lu mua có lúc bây giờ mà có chỉ là tu owner là tu chưa bây giờ.
Của chị tôi chưa hả?
Yeah, I am not the owner.
Okay, so as previously pointed out, you were the licensee in charge at the time the inspector came in.
Thì chỉ lu sẽ thảo cái mình nó có là tu in charge tu chưa lu ta là cho có một license.
Của chị nhờ của tôi chị bao của nó cắt tôi quá khó lửa nó đựng nè.
I didn't really know. I was just there to work.
Nó đựng của thế nào? À chị phiền nó đựng của sao?
Huh?
Của nó có chặt cắt tôi nó đựng của thế nào?
I had just barely
Okay,
come
yeah.
back that day. That was my first day after being off for a while.
Yeah.
So then your testimony earlier that you have not worked since 2019 is not true if you had just come back to work when this incident happened.
Có thì có chỉ tàu là xong áp hạt cầu chúa chỉ có tích sự cho là hả lụ nó một tấm mình nó bây giờ.
Correct me.
My
Let
husband
me
had
correct
passed
my
away.
let me correct my last statement. You said 1999. According to the letter, you said 1999 originally, but this incident was 2017, right?
Oh.
What date was the incident? Sorry. Got my dates over here. The incident was 2019, but you stated earlier that you hadn't worked since 1999.
2019.
2019.
Do I have the dates wrong? Let me.
Your Honor, if I can get clarification of the timeline for the record.
Yeah.
Let me just make sure that I understand. I think you said that you haven't worked with your license since your husband passed in, I heard 2 different years, 2017, and then separately I heard 2018. Can you confirm what date that was?
Chỉ tàu hả lụ đùa một giờ có tu sĩ tàu ta chỉ nên bây giờ xong áp hạt cầu xa là áp hạt cầu gì.
Cú tôi chỉ tôi trong ấp học của cha nó April that's mà cú chỉ tôi là cao permanent hoặc là cú chọn by sometime so cú chỉ cao.
My
Okay,
husband
yeah.
passed away in April of 2017,
Mhm.
and I was not going back to regular work. I was just stopping by at times,
Thì cú chỉ cái cho nó từ
but I don't remember the exact dates.
nha cú chỉ
Yeah.
cao.
Okay, so I will repeat my question. You stated earlier that it was your first day back to work, and this incident occurred July 29th, 2019. So you were actively working when the inspector came in, which made you the licensee in charge at the time of the inspection, correct?
So có hai địa có tự tata trò là halu đi chỉ có tami nó tự mua lu xe lên đu nút tiền năng cầu xe xong áp hạ kéo chua na đi chỉ có hai địa có tự tata là và halu đùa có hai linh đá na ye linh đá có tự ya tu license in charge non đá bây giờ
Cú chỉ tao hai cái cú hiện license charge cái nào.
I didn't understand being the licensee in charge.
I have no further questions.
Vice President Funk, any questions?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for being here. For me personally, I feel that we have been presented the case about the inspection altercation, and we have already voted on that. And I personally was involved in the reinstatement and denial in 2023. So for me, that issue is laid to rest. I do feel optimistic about your persistence in trying to get this license back. I know your daughter owns the salon now, and will you be working at your daughter's salon if you were to get your license back?
Really, có tay mình hay sợ có tù inspector nó tất ta là bây giờ hay sợ còn tất ta là na cô yên sai tàu có cái chỗ sẽ trong chỉ tàu có đại license đó na giờ chỉ có tàu có đại license đó có bộ yêu hà nội có tuần sai đó là ô lịch na.
Tao cú work part time so.
Yes, I'm hoping to work part-time.
Great. I felt that you presented excellent rehabilitation efforts in your certifications that you've taken and courses. And so you have met the burden for me, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Cô yên bỏ rong có từ ô có classes or certification kia na cô sai từ đây cô xã đi có từ ô trời sát chạy bỏ thất sau cô rong sẽ có tàu còn đó là.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bertram, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Ellis?
No questions, thank you.
Dr. Jimenez?
No questions.
Ms. Kavanaugh?
No questions.
Ms. Lamelli?
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Miller?
No questions, thank you.
Rose?
No questions.
Ms. Pham?
Just one. Ms. Elmer, I just want to give you an opportunity. Can you summarize what is different since we were last here a year ago? You submitted a new application. Can you tell us what's changed between last year's hearing and today?
Cô sa bảo mua đất chỉ sa cô ý sang nhà thảo là thảo có tới thà đâu có đại license tiền lọt chân đi nó nè bố muốn chỉ sa cô thảo có thảo có muốn cái đại license tụi muốn chỉ chia muốn chỉ sa cô nè.
Có hai cái thằng nó có hai đội ý cho cú lúc phân chia cho.
I'm sorry, I'm a little bit hard of hearing. Can you repeat the question one more time, please?
Sure. You were before us a year ago, correct?
Tôi hay sa ý sang nhà thảo là thảo tao đã cái license tụi bây giờ.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what I would like to know is what has changed or what's different or what has happened in the last year since we last saw you that we should know about.
Cô sa bảo hai tia ý sang lọt chân nó nè bố muốn chỉ sa cô ở tàu ba có ở yêu ba có tàu có đại license tụi có sai từ giờ ít có rong ở yêu ba có bé sa tàu cô có đại license tụi có nữa.
Giờ thì cú tao cú đàn cú bao mà. Cú bao thì cú ở chia thì cú chỉ tao cú đàn đỡ thì cú chỉ tao cứ nhá cú chỉ muốn nhá xí thì cú nhập cú bao thì hay dạo cú stress chắc rồi.
I know that I've learned and I will do better. I didn't have any savings, and it's been very hard, but I have learned from my mistakes.
Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
And Mr. Weeks.
Just one very quick question. Did you say you attended an anger management class?
Anger management.
Yeah,
Yes,
you complete.
I completed it.
Completed it. Isn't one of the basic tenets of an anger management class that you take responsibility for your actions?
Anger management 一個 responsibility 做 conduct 不一樣 conduct
Yeah.
一個正經 Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Ms. Doherty, any follow-up?
Nothing based off that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any other questions from board members?
I do have one question. Okay.
All right, go ahead.
If the board does support giving your license back, there's a high likelihood it would involve like a probation, which is a very involved process. Would you be willing to comply and cooperate with probation and working with a probation officer?
Probation itu sai su bu long cha rong na. Còn đã tới thầu này nhiều đã xem có bộ cả còn xía ở còn đã giờ thì là mua cái đã license cho các có.
Oh, come on.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you would allow the probation officer to do their job, and when inspectors come in, which is a likelihood of your field, you would allow them space to do their job.
Có yêu bố tu probation tu sai có chỉ hello tiết có yêu bố tu inspector lo sao có chỉ hello tiết bây giờ.
Tao cũng được chỉ nói.
Có chỉ hello nữa.
Okay, Charlie, nếu như của nhớ, như thằng đời của nhớ chứ của những cả mà.
Yes, definitely. If I'm there, I will always be willing.
Okay.
All right, any other questions from board members? All right, seeing none, that concludes your testimony. You told me earlier that you wanted your daughter to testify as well. Is that still true?
Yes, if you're willing to let my daughter speak, sure.
Yes.
If you don't need it, then I don't need it, but it's up to you. Let me just grab my water really quick. I can proceed.
Okay. All right. I'll have you call your daughter to the stand. What is her name?
Elora Elmer.
Elora Elmer.
All right, Miss Elmer, I'll have you take a seat beside your mother there. Well, you can sit because I'll need you to have a microphone. All right.
Can you
Hi.
hear me?
Good
Good?
afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon.
Yeah. Is the green light on your microphone?
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
You've been called as a witness. Given this format, I'm going to have you testify once I swear you in what's called the narrative format. So just like your mother did, you can just explain in your own words what you think the board should know. And then I'll give Ms. Doherty, followed by the board members, a chance to ask you questions. Any questions about that?
No, Your Honor.
Can I have you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm, under penalty of perjury, that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You can put your hand down if you'd like. I'll have you say and spell your name, please.
My first name is Elora, Elora. Last name is Elmer, Elmer.
All right, just make sure you keep your pace and volume at levels that the court reporter and all board members can hear you, and you can begin when you're ready.
Okay, Your Honor. I'm just here on my mother's behalf as a witness and to clarify any misunderstanding in regards to like the citation that was given per her licensee. I felt that there was some misunderstanding with the business name and my mom's name. And so therefore, I'm just here to ask and clarify that if the business name is an issue, I'd be gladly to change that. I also wanted to, just basically, again, clarify any citations that were pointed under her licensee as the time that they gave her the citation, she was not the owners during those years. Because under the citation, when, I don't know what the board's protocol is and how they are supposed to fill it out, there was some misunderstanding with addresses, who's the owner, comments made by the inspector. However, I'm not here to relitigate 2019 incident. I do want to point out to each of the board members that the last inspection that was conducted in my establishment, the inspector did come in. She seen my mom in the back of the establishment. I am in the process of remodeling the establishment to show the board that, we are trying to follow the rules and the regulation of safety and sanitation for the clients. Okay, so the inspector came in. She did her inspection. My mother allowed her to conduct the inspection. No interference, no refusal of the inspection.
One moment. Yes, Ms. Doherty?
I'm going to object to this line of testimony as to relevance if it involves any citation that could potentially be pending in front of the board in the future.
Okay. Let me ask a clarifying question. You said the last time that this inspection happened, when was that?
If I remember and recall, I want to say in July of last year, I believe, or I'm sorry, between June and July possibly timeframe, because during that time I was pregnant. I was at a high risk.
I don't.
Yeah. So anyhow,
Let me
my
stop.
mother did allow the inspection to be conducted.
Okay. So the objection is overruled to the extent that the testimony is related to petitioner's conduct during that inspection, but we don't need more details about that event. Is there anything else that you'd like to say by way of evidence of rehabilitation from the time that petitioner's license was revoked until present?
For my mother's rehabilitation, without knowing what the board would expect from my mother, I had, with the help of me and my siblings, because I do have siblings that are in the industry, to help guide her and educate her on, the rules, regulations, the law, taking courses to help her understand the do's and the don'ts, to help her stay recognizing of new what you guys inspect when you're inspecting, to make sure that she is in compliance with the board as well. So we have been coaching her through native language to being ready and prepared, so that way in the future there will not be any more issues. And that is all. So I also want to, in my closing statement, I would like to say thank you for your time today, as I know it took up a lot of our time. But I will say that I will make sure that there will not be no more further issues moving forward, as we are not wanting to relitigate the past. We want to move forward, and it hopes to show that she has rehabilitated by learning her lessons, taking courses, being up to date, and supporting her through her probation if she is reinstated her license, to make sure that she is compliant, and to also make sure that the fine that she owes is put into a payment plan and paid on time, no missed payment. She really wants to get back to work. I would love to have her come back to work. Her clientels do miss her. My mother has been doing hair for 40 years, and in 40 years, never had much of an issue until this. I feel that was a miscommunication, misunderstanding occurred. But it is not my mother's intention to break any rules or regulations. She never had any criminal history up until this misunderstood incident. My mother is a good mom. She's very calm. And if she wasn't good at what she's doing, she would have had more issue other than this incident. But I believe that my mother loves her job so much that she is very, very dedicated with her skills and passionate about her job, or else she wouldn't have done this for so long. But everyone is very eager to have my mom back in the salon to perform services on their hair. They miss her. They're saddened that this had took place. But my mother do understand that she is in the wrong. She is taking full accountability, and she learned her lesson. She will not allow this to happen anymore.
All right, thank you. Ms. Doherty, any questions for this witness?
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
I'll now see if board members have questions for you, starting with President Fairley.
Yes, hi. Thank you for coming. I just have a couple of questions for you. Were you present at any of the inspections that took place that we are here for today?
For the inspection, since I became an owner at the establishment, no, ma'am, I was not present.
Okay, and were you present for the incident that took place that brought the criminal charges against your mother back in 2019?
No, I was at my other establishment in Clovis, California. I had two establishments
you.
at that time, so no, I was not.
Okay, thank you. And the letters that we have here that are the character references, was your mom responsible for getting those, or were you responsible for getting those?
I was responsible per the last attorney's advice was to help gather these character letters so that way you guys can understand how my mom is as a person to her community.
Okay. Also, the classes that your mother took, the barbicide classes, the domestic violence training, these were all online?
Yes,
Were these done in her native language, or did she take these in English?
they were done both. So it's in English, but translated to her, and she would respond to the question herself, not having the support of me answering it for her. She would answer it by herself.
Were you there with her when she took these trainings?
Yes.
No further questions.
Vice President Funk.
No questions for me. Thank you.
Mr. Bertram.
No questions. Thank you.
Ms. Ellis.
No questions. Thank you.
Dr. Jimenez.
No questions. I just wanted to comment that I really feel strongly about you retraining your mother in her native language and the support that you offered her. That's a topic that's very important to me, but I just wanted to thank you for that.
Ms. Kavanaugh.
Thank you so much for coming today and supporting your mom.
Thank you.
Ms. Lomelli.
No questions. Thank you.
Ms. Miller.
No questions. Thank you.
Ms. Munoz.
No questions, and I'm glad to see that the classes were taken.
Thank you.
Ms. Pham.
Just one, Ms. Elmer, you mentioned that you and your siblings are invested in helping your mom kind of stay up to date and getting her ready if her license were reinstated. Can you just let us know what kind of experience you and your siblings have, or how long you guys have been licensed?
I have been licensed since, I want to say, January of 2017. I can't speak on my siblings' behalf. I believe 2017 or 2016. I can't recall. I just remember it was January. But all my other siblings, they are licensed as well with the board. If you guys look up the last name, you should see quite a significant of my siblings under with their license as well. So we have been in this industry for a long, long time, and it's because of our mothers, the reason why we came into this industry. And but since I've been in this industry, I have had nothing but passion doing this type of work, and making sure that we are in compliance rather not being in compliance. And if it's something that we did wrong, I'd be willing to correct it.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you.
No.
Ms. Doherty, any follow-up?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any other questions? Final questions from board members? Ms. Elmer, do you have any questions that you need to ask of your daughter?
No, I just want to thank her and I want to thank all of you and just ask to please reinstate my license if possible.
All right. I'm going to interpret the request to show Exhibit 2 as a request to admit that into evidence. Ms. Doherty, do you object?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Exhibit 2 is admitted. The record should also reflect that the bait stamp page numbers of the pages to which President Fairley directed the board a moment ago was A26 through A27. I know people need to take a break. I just want to close this up very briefly with closing argument. Let me just confirm, Ms. Elmer, you don't have any other evidence you'd like to present today. Is that true?
No, I don't. I just want to offer my apologies again.
Ms. Doherty, would you like to make any remarks by way of closing?
Briefly, Your Honor. On behalf of the people, our office would ask that you, the board, look at all the rehabilitation submitted and evaluate whether that rehabilitation was truly committed or conducted by petitioner and whether that's enough to meet the board's burden here today. Thank you.
And Ms. Elmer, would you like to make any final closing remarks?
No, I'm just asking for forgiveness and hoping that I can move forward and overcome this.
In a moment, then I'll ask if the matter is submitted. By that, I mean, do you feel you've had a full opportunity to present evidence and argument on your behalf? Ms. Doherty, for the people, is the matter submitted?
The matter is submitted. Thank you.
And Ms. Elmer, for you, is the matter submitted?
Yes, I'm submitting.
All right, the matter is then submitted. The case is closed and we are off the record. I will now turn it back over to President Fairley to direct things. Ms. Elmer, please don't leave before you check in with the reporter to see if she needs anything spelled for you. I have those listed here. I can give them to you. All right. You can direct traffic from here.
I think we all need a break. If you don't, I do. So we'll take a 10-minute break and then we will come back. We will convene into closed session. So that means that everyone, we will be asking you to clear out. We will come back into closed session and then you'll be directed when we will be reconvening. Sabina, do you want to say something to us right now or giving us, okay, bathroom break. So it is now 12:38. So 12:50.
Thank you.
She can go.
Thank you, everyone. We will now resume with our agenda. Again, I want to welcome everyone and those who are in attendance online. I would like to welcome again and officially introduce board member Sinar Lomeli. We are so excited to have you join the board of Barbering and Cosmetology, so welcome. It is already 1:37, so we've had a full morning and we have a full agenda, so we're going to try to get through it as much and quickly as possible. With that being said, don't hesitate if you have questions or anything like that. We are mindful of the time, but we're also going to try to make sure that we get through the agenda completely. I wanted to let everyone know that we will have public comment for each item and then public comment for items not on the agenda at the end of the meeting. Please know that comments will be limited to 3 minutes and the board is not able to respond to your comments. That's for the public. Lost my own train of thought there. All right. So first we're going to board member updates. Our next item is board member updates. Do any members have any updates that they would like to provide? No? No? All right. Department of Consumer Affairs update, which may include updates on DCA's administrative services, human resources, enforcement, information technology, communications and outreach, legislative, regulatory, or policy matters. Next, we have the update from the Department of Consumer Affairs, and we have Sherry Jones providing the update for us. Welcome, Ms. Jones.
Thank you. Well, it is afternoon, so I was going to say good morning, but I will not say good morning now. Good afternoon. I am Shelley Jones with the Department of Consumer Affairs, Board and Bureau Relations, and thank you for the opportunity to join you today. Sorry, Cesar. I had just a few items to touch on. I think a couple of them might also be things that Executive Officer was going to mention her report, so I apologize. First is the governor's reorganization plan. In January, Governor Newsom released his proposed 2025-26 state budget, which included a proposal to split DCA's oversight agency, the Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency, into 2 agencies. They'd be known as the California Housing and Homelessness Agency and the Business and Consumer Services Agency. After public hearings and review by the Little Hoover Commission and the legislature, I'm pleased to share that the governor's reorganization plan was enacted on July 5th. Again, the new Business and Consumer Services Agency will be responsible for consumer affairs, licensing, and enforcement, and the Department of Consumer Affairs would be among 8 departments in this new agency. The 2 new agencies will officially become operative on July 1st of 2026. DCA is participating in multiple agency work groups on the logistics required to transition to the new agency, and will continue to keep board and bureau leadership apprised throughout the year ahead. Regarding hybrid telework transition, on March 3rd, Governor Newsom had issued an executive order requiring all state agencies and departments to update their hybrid telework policies for employees and increase from 2 to 4 days in office per week beginning July 1st of 2025. At the end of June, agreements with several labor unions representing employees within the Department of Consumer Affairs were released, delaying the 4-day in-office requirement by 1 year for most employees. We appreciate staff's flexibility as the situation evolved. For travel updates, on June 9th, the Department of Finance issued guidance for out-of-state travel in the upcoming fiscal year. Travel outside of California will be limited to essential travel that is required to conduct state business, and this means requests should only be made for mission-critical needs. DCA distributed a memo to all boards and bureaus on June 16th detailing the criteria for mission-critical travel, including but not limited to enforcement actions, revenue collection, statutory requirements, auditing, and litigation. Additionally, all requests must be provided to DCA's budget office 8 weeks in advance to allow for review by DCA, agency, and the governor's office. If there are questions, please contact your assigned budget analyst at DCA. We would also like to remind board members and staff of our collective responsibility to always work to minimize the cost to the state through responsible travel planning and scheduling. To best serve the public, it is incumbent upon all of us to ensure that we are being fiscally prudent in our decisions, especially when traveling for board business. DCA is reminding members and staff to evaluate if a rental car is always necessary versus ride-sharing services. Carpooling is also highly encouraged when renting vehicles. We know that there may be new travel costs board members are experiencing as well, such as baggage charges. So please keep receipts to ensure that you can be reimbursed. If you have any questions, please reach out to member relations so that we may assist you. The DCA annual report. Finally, our annual report is one of DCA's biggest projects. Staff work on this report throughout the year, gathering information and statistical data in order to compile a comprehensive report about the department's actions to submit to the legislature. On behalf of the director, thank you to board staff for your efforts and contributions. Published to the DCA website this summer, the annual report has a wealth of information and memorializes all of the great work done by so many throughout the department. DCA encourages board members to take time to review it and use it as a resource. In closing, I want to give a shout out to Christy Underwood for her continued partnership and dedication. She is always so helpful, and we appreciate all that she does for the board and DCA as a whole. I also want to congratulate Member Lomelli. And also last week, congratulations, you had another new member appointed, Michelle Edgar. So with that, thank you for the opportunity to join you today. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
One quick question.
Sure.
Under the new reorganization. Always forget about that. Under the new reorganization, does DCA still have the same number of boards reporting under its umbrella?
Yes, that does not change. What's changing is that our current agency will be split into two separate ones so that they can focus on some different different approaches. Yeah.
I just want to say that I was in attendance to the meeting for, was it July, I think it was, when they were talking about the suggestions for budgets and travel and making some accommodations. And I actually felt really good because I was ahead of that. For the board members of traveling, like since the meeting started at 10, now I come in the morning of, which saves on hotel and rent a car and all those things. And I just want to urge us all to kind of be mindful of that when we travel. If we can, do our part as board members to help reduce the budget as accommodating as we can be, meaning if we're all coming from the same airport, maybe one car instead of three, or taking Uber or Lyft. I fly in the morning just because I like to sleep in my bed, but I also realize the cost of saving on a hotel and additional costs on the car. So it was very good, informative meeting.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Do you have anything else for us?
That's it.
Any board members, do you guys have any other questions? No? Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ms. Jones, have a great rest of your day. Now we will open up to public comments, if anyone's here in person. No public comments. Okay. I will now, sorry. There's no public comments, right? Okay. Moderator, I will now ask to open up the line for any public comment online.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon. Or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. I'll pause a moment to allow the public time to access those features. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. All right, item number 6. Discussion and possible approval of the May 19, 2025 board meeting minutes. The agenda item 6 is the approval of our meeting minutes from May 19th board meeting. And so at this point, do I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes?
Hi, Kelly Funk. I move to approve the minutes of the May 19th, 2025 meeting.
This is Member Pham. I second the motion.
Thank you. Monica, you want to go ahead and take roll, please?
Tanya Fairley.
So I'm sorry, you have to wait. Do we have any public comment on the motion? No public comment?
And if I just need to make a quick edit on my name, where does that fit in? Just tell you?
I can do it for you.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry.
Okay, moderator, can you open up the line for public comment online.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon. Or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Okay, Monica, now you could take roll.
Tanya Fairley,
Yes.
Kelly Funk,
Yes.
Anthony Bertram,
Yes.
Megan Ellis,
Yes.
Dr. Yolanda Jimenez,
Yes.
Colette Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Sonar Lamelli, sorry,
Abstain.
Tamika Miller,
Yes.
Danielle Munoz,
Yes.
Callie Mayfam,
Yes.
Steve Weeks.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. So we're going to skip over to item number 9 at this point. We are going to talk about the apprenticeship program. So we have held 2 task force meetings, and I want to just say from the bottom of my heart, thank you to everyone who has been a part of these task force meetings. They have been very informative. They have been very intense, detailed, but I feel like after every meeting, we get a little bit further. So for that, I want to say thank you. I'm going to have Christy go ahead and provide an overview of what was discussed at the meetings and the most recent report on the apprenticeship program and what to expect in the future.
All right, thank you. So I want to echo our president's comments to thank everybody who was part of the apprentice task force, as well as all the public that attended. Our task force meetings were very well attended by lots of different individuals. So that was super helpful. This is the 3rd time you're seeing this apprentice report. We have highlighted in red the sections that are changed. We would like to get an approval on the report today. However, that does not mean that in November at our next meeting, we won't have a few more changes, but those will be clearly displayed at that time. I wanted to bring your attention first to page number 3. We did insert a section, and this is not red, but it does talk about the apprentice task force and that we had 2 meetings. And I wanted to highlight that the task force included board members, board staff. We had 3 approved program sponsors attending as members of the committee. We had 3 local education agencies, and then we had 1 licensee owner who was a past apprentice and now a successful barber and owner of a barber shop. So I thought it was very well-rounded. And I do want to mention that just in the time aside from our apprenticeship task force, we've been working very close with different agencies. We've been working with the DAS. We've been working, I want to say that Los Angeles, their LEA that they have worked with has been really, really stepped up and been not only great a source of education for us, but is also doing a lot of work on their own to help this process. So is it LAUSD? Okay, I didn't want to get those initials wrong. Thank you. I think you're listening. So I do appreciate the work that they have done with us on that. So moving on, what we've done is added task force discussion to certain areas that were discussed under the same structure of what we have been talking about for the last year on the apprenticeship program. And so we added that in. Again, we would like to attach this to our sunset report that'll be finalized later this year. And I really want you to focus on page 10. And so this is basically our statutory recommendations that are going to be requested in the sunset report. So again, for those of you who are new, our sunset review is we go through sunset review every 4 to 5 years, and it's where we do this very extensive background report, and it allows us to bring up any new issues to the legislature for things that we've seen in the last 4 to 5 years on what needs to be changed. And I think we can all agree what we believed needs to be changed drastically is the apprenticeship program because of the extensive fraud that's happening in the industry. Every day we still continue to find something new. One of the biggest issues we're finding right now is the fact that apprentices are not being employed. They are being booth renters. And so we are working, I know you all know Addison in the back. He's heading up this project of really cracking down on what we can in the enforcement area, but we really need statutory changes to strengthen this program if it's going to be successful for the barbering and cosmetology industry. Yeah.
Question for you. Who would be, but this seems so logical to us in the way we're proceeding to push this along. Who would be opposition to this? What opposition would there be to this?
I think that there are, I don't know that anybody disagrees with the concept that with some of these things that we've raised. The issue might be, is it the board's purview? Should we really be checking that an apprentice is employed when we have another department that may be more, it's a labor code. So I think that might be the issue in that we are recommending statute changes that may overlap into other entities, but I think we have to at least recommend this and determine if we can clean this situation up. So I think that's the big issue. I do believe there are some programs that do not agree with us limiting the training facilities. I personally believe that's one of the biggest problems that has created this huge issue. So we have the LEAs are approved different related training centers, and these extra related training centers are now operating as their own apprenticeship program. So the apprentice doesn't even know who they're getting into business with. And if that doesn't stop, we have to try to stop it, which is what some of our recommendations are going to be. And I think that's going to make a huge difference in this program. So we are going to be requesting, and again, some of you have already seen some of this, but we want to clearly state that an apprentice is an employee paid via a W-2 who must earn an hourly wage and cannot be a booth renter or compensated only by commission. Now that is the law already, but it is being grossly overlooked. So if we had the authority to do that, then we could hold the apprenticeship program sponsors accountable when their apprentices are not being paid an hourly wage, not being an employee. And then we would be able to build a case or work with the program sponsors more so to say we could come up with a citation, we can take action against it. This is all basically so we can clearly state what our authority is and what we will take action against if you don't follow. Establish a process for review and approval of new program sponsors, including an initial application and renewal fee. Again, we spend a lot of resources handling the issues in the apprenticeship program, and the only charge is a $25 apprenticeship application fee that the apprentice has to pay. So that's not even relevant. That's a processing fee for the apprentice license. Program sponsors do not have to pay a fee for approval. And again, we're not talking about, we have to calculate those fees. We can't just pull a fee out of the air and say it's going to be $10,000. It wouldn't ever be that. It would be the cost to the board. We have to be recouped for the costs that we're spending on enforcement of the apprenticeship program. All of our licensees pay a fee, and those fees cover our enforcement costs when we have consumer harm in certain places. And when we have reinstatement hearings, that cost is all thought of when we set our initial fees. So setting an initial fee for a program sponsor is going to allow us the resources to properly manage the program.
Is it controversial in the sense that this fee may be $5,000, $200? Do you have any rough range of what this could be?
I don't think it would be $5,000. I think it would, I mean, at a guess, we were probably looking at a couple $100 every 2 years. All right. And then we're going to list requirements within the approval of those program sponsors. So we want to state that they can only utilize one LEA. We have multiple, where there's no rules. Somebody else can use more than one LEAs. And there are so many LEAs in the state of California. I don't know if you guys know how many LEAs there are, but like hundreds. So if there's an LEA in Northern California and an LEA in Sacramento, California, they can reimburse a program for the related training hours. So there's 220 hours for Cosmo, and they can get $9 for every hour of attendance that apprentice is in that related training class. So they submit it to their LEA and they get reimbursed that $9 an hour for each apprentice. If they have another LEA and those LEAs don't talk to each other, they're getting that for the same amount. We don't know that that's happening. But we don't know if that's happening. We recently had an LEA who was reimbursing a program sponsor, and we did not know that the LEA existed at all. They happened to somehow, through enforcement, we got connection with them, and now they're having to try to get that money back because we've had LEAs pay out for money for people that didn't exist. So no apprentice license ever issued, and they were claiming LEA funds. Sorry. The next item is to state that all approved programs must be within 60 miles of their LEA. That was talked about at the apprenticeship task force. Not everyone agreed. We have LEAs who have programs all over the state, and it is questionable. This is our education pathway that has the lowest pass rates, and the LEA is responsible for overseeing the education, which is the theory education. And that's what our exam is on. And so they're failing at, we just got the pass rates last week, and current pass rates are at about 33% for cosmetology overall for the entire program. So maybe what's happening is not working, and maybe an LEA that's stationed up in Northern California shouldn't have a program that's all the way down at the San Diego border.
Which is, and to Christy's point, we have a situation where we have a program that is in San Diego that has what we are finding, calling these affiliates or satellite in Bakersfield. So you talk about Southern California and Central California, and the Central California locations, these apprentices have taken this class and signed up with this affiliate, and it was via Zoom. So the LEA can't monitor those kind of things. So we're trying to reel it in to where it just has to make sense. And like she said, we know there's going to be some pushback because the people, they're used to doing what they are doing, but we've taken this on to clean it up and make it make sense and be fair to these apprentices and make sure that they're getting the training that they're paying for. And a lot of them are not.
Right. Okay, next is require that the program sponsors are approved to teach in multiple languages. Right now, no one even talks about different languages that are being taught. And in a school that's approved by BPPE, you have to be, if you're going to teach in Spanish, you have to be approved by BPPE to teach in Spanish. We don't do that. But at least we have that aspect where they have an approval, or their accrediting agency has approved them to teach in that other language. Apprentices have nothing. So we have no idea if they're being taught, and the majority of apprentices are Spanish speaking. We have, certainly not all, but it's a high volume. And we have no idea if they're being taught even in their first language. Next is approved programs must hold committee meetings on a quarterly basis and include the board, DAS, and LEA. their LEA. So most program sponsors do that. The good ones are having their regular programs, and we are already invited to many, so we do attend them already. We want it to be required. And it is in their program standards for how they were approved by the Division of Apprenticeship Standards, but there's no consequences, might be a strong word, but there's nothing that says what happens if they don't. Next, we will have state board, state that the program sponsors must obtain and maintain OJT logs and daily activities and make them available upon request by the board. This is already a requirement. We want to make it just crystal clear that the program sponsors have to have OJT logs. That's on the job training logs. We've run into a very big issue right now with apprentices not having any information. We have one program sponsor that has recently closed, and we can't help these apprentices. There's no help for these apprentices because the sponsors aren't cooperating, they've disappeared, they're not returning phone calls, and the apprentice can't get either their discontinuance form or their OJT logs for us to try to help them to see where they are in their program and where they need to go. All right, an approved program sponsor cannot franchise, sponsor, or in any way share their approval. All enrollments in the apprenticeship program must be between the program sponsor and the apprentice. An apprentice should know who they're enrolling with, period. Establishments employing apprentices must offer all services within the scope of practice, meaning you can't be a barber apprentice and be working only at a nail salon. That hasn't happened that we know of, but it has. We have had a cosmetology apprentice working at just a salon that offered nails. So they're not getting on the job training. Establishments must maintain workers' compensation insurance for the entire time the apprentice is employed and must provide the board proof of insurance upon request. This is a requirement already. They're all supposed to be employees. All establishments are supposed to have workers' compensation insurance. They only have to show proof to the DAS or to their program sponsor at the time that the apprentice starts. So what happens is they get a policy for a short time and then they just cancel it. So we want to make sure that that workers' compensation is covered for the entire time that the apprentice is working, which is 2 years. We want to establish a formal disciplinary process for enforcement of program sponsors, including the option to suspend new enrollments if violations are found. This is something that the DAS has. The DAS can suspend new enrollments. So if there's something egregious enough that they want to stop new apprentices being enrolled and figure out how we can fix the problem, we want to have that ability to do that as well. We also want a formal process. So those of you who have served on the Apprentice Appeal Committee, that's what we haven't set in regulation, but we really think it should go through the formal process like a licensee would. It should go as an accusation through the district attorney's, not the district attorney, the attorney general's office, have a hearing like we did earlier today, just a more formalized process like what our licensees go through as opposed to the Apprenticeship Appeal Committee. It's just makes sense that it would be the same process as how we discipline licensees, but we would have to establish that in statute. We would want to establish a fee for the maintenance of transactions. Apprentices change hands all the time. They go from salon to salon or from trainer to trainer. The program sponsors usually charge a fee for that, and there's paperwork involved, so that I understand, but there's paperwork involved for us too, a lot. So there needs to be a processing fee. Again, we would have to figure out what that would be, but we do hundreds and hundreds of what we call maintenance to an apprentice license a year, hundreds, and there's no fee to change any of that. We want to establish a process where if the trainer is in violation of the apprenticeship program, for example, not completing OJT logs, leaving the apprentice to work alone, they're no longer able to serve for a trainer for a minimum of 5 years. This is actually something that the program sponsors brought up, that there's no consequences for the owner or the trainer. The next one is the exact same thing for the employer, for the establishment owner. There's no consequences. The law says you can be a trainer as long as you don't owe any fines and have a current license. So these people are continuing to just take advantage of apprentices and then there's nothing we can do about it. So it was the program sponsors who actually were like, there has to be some sort of consequence. Well, they should be not allowed to have an apprentice in their program for at least 5 years. Yes.
Chrissy, I have a question. Why the 5 years and not 2 or 3?
Certainly open for discussion. I think the 5 years is because that is what we look at for history of like citations and discipline internally. It's usually like 5 years is what we look at, but
Okay.
you can, this.
I think my hesitation on that is different from an establishment versus a trainer. Because oftentimes what I found is that the trainers become trainers because the owner of the establishment says, oh, I'm going to make this person your trainer. Not so much because that person is saying, let me be your trainer. I think the fine for the establishment owner should be, I feel tougher than, or not tougher, but I don't feel like the trainer should be for 5 years not allowed to have an apprentice without some type of due process. And I feel like 5 years is a lot. I'm thinking of it from both sides of myself as the establishment owner, and then I have 2 trainers in there. I'm the one who approves them to have trainers. They can't bring a trainer in without me saying, okay. So we'll talk about it.
Yeah, and we can think about this and come back with a different number for trainers. I totally see your point.
Yeah.
All right, and that is, that's our statutory recommendations that we would like to finalize. We would like to finalize this report as is today, maybe with that change of from 5 to 2 years, which is a cycle.
Then I think we should, if we want to get this and review this and put this in for the sunset, then that is one thing that I would like to have the board to discuss. Anybody have any opinion on that? I just feel like if we're talking about the establishment overall, we're talking about the program sponsor and how the trainer plays a part into that being penalized, because that trainer can go to a different salon, a different location, and then they don't have the ability to get another apprentice. So I'm open for any suggestions, any input. If you don't have any, then I'm gonna say 2 years. The owner's saying 5 years? Anybody? No?
And I do want to preface that this will come back to you one more time.
Okay. Well, I would say, I think because there's no guideline for disciplinary action for first offense, second offense, right? I think first offense warning, I think there should be something. I think there should be yes, we all sign it. It's like when they go in for a violation, when the inspectors go in, they get a warning. Some things are citable, some things are finable. They don't just get, so I think that there should be there should be some type of scale. There should be you're going to get a warning, that as a trainer, you should have these A, B, and C. If we come back again and you don't have it, then this is what you won't be able to have an apprentice for 2 years.
Then I would recommend that you allow staff to bring back that exact process. Where we're saying here, establish a process, let's show you what that process would look like.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Can I also add something or just comment? Okay. Well, also very nice. Thank you so much for meeting. It sounds like it was fruitful. I brought this up last time. Would it make sense to also include like a formal process for the apprentice to file a complaint? Like I want to have a clear path for them, and also like something similar to a bill of rights, but like this is what an apprentice program is and isn't, so that they can also self-identify and self-advocate and then kind of raise a flag.
We've actually done that. It's just not 100% ready.
Great.
But we will have something to show you and we're doing that regardless of what's being said in our sunset report. We've actually developed a flyer that's going to start going out with, first of all, we're going to mail it to all current apprentices. And it says, you have to be an employee, not a booth renter. You have to, X, Y, and Z. So we're mailing it to all the all the apprentices. But we are also have developed, we internally call it a victims flyer, and that's probably a strong word, but it's that exactly. It's what do you do as an apprentice if X, Y, and Z has happened to you? We've actually shared that flyer with the Division of Apprenticeship Standards. They've given us some feedback, so we will have that finalized by our next board meeting for you to see.
Oh, thank you. Great.
I thought it was my idea. That makes more sense.
Of course.
That's right. So that is the apprenticeship report as it stands today. And again, I do think it'll change a little bit more. It's every day we have something come up that's new in the apprenticeship world. So luckily it's getting a little bit less and less with all that we've done. But obviously it has to be final at the next board meeting, but it's going to be this and then any little tweaks that we may have. And we'll have what we talked about, a process for those 2 items.
Okay. And I want to say too, like, just so you guys know, like these meetings are very intense and we have some very passionate people that are on the task force that really provoke questions. And it's not just about the programs, it's really about the apprentice. So everything that we're doing, and I told you guys before I leave this board, like it is my mission to make sure that I believe in the program. And those of you who are not in the industry, by the time I leave, you're going to believe in the program too, just in case you're not. But I want to tell Christy, thank you so much, because as you guys know, we've talked about this beginning. Christy was ready to just like X-nay and all that. And so to see the work and the fight that's going on with, and when I say fight, meaning to make sure that the program is doing well with Christy and Addison and everyone, I appreciate it. I appreciate the effort, because I'm walking down the street and I'm known as the apprentice guru, which I haven't figured out where I got that from, but it's the passion, right? So everybody believes in something. And so you guys I'm going to ask you for the next board meeting, take a moment, read all of this and come back with something like, if you were entering into an apprenticeship program, what would you like to see? Are we okay? All right. So, a motion? Yes. Okay. So, we do need a motion to approve the apprenticeship report to be included as part of the sunset report, knowing that it is going to come back to us one additional time for finalization.
And what I will say is that when the work that staff does between today and the next time you see it, they may just bring back the changes. So it's a more focused discussion. Whatever you approve today will be approved, and then the next time you see it, you'll see the changes. So it's a little bit more focused. They'll just highlight the changes or any additions. So you won't have to go through it all. And again, it's not the last time you'll see it either.
Do we have a motion to approve the apprenticeship report to be included as part of the sunset report?
I motion to approve.
I second.
Okay, thank you. So now that we have a motion, we're going to open up to public comment. Remember, you have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Can't even introduce myself in 3 minutes, Tanya. Fred Jones, Professional Beauty Federation. To answer Mr. Weeks' question, who could oppose these reasonable efforts? The legislature, who has to pass these. And having conversations with the gatekeepers in that branch of government, I can assure you they're looking at what is the mission of the State Board of Barbering and Cosmetology. The mission is to protect the consumers of services of barbering and cosmetology, period. So W-2s, labor, program sponsors, all these things are going to be looked at askance by the gatekeepers in the legislature. And they're going to say, well, wait a minute, isn't that the Department of Apprenticeship Standards or the Labor Commissioner or the fill in the blank, all these other government agencies that aren't doing their job? In the case of DAS, they don't understand our industry. They deal with construction labor unions that maintain the standards, right? They're rubber stamps. We're not unionized. We don't have those type of standards. So we're not a fit. So I applaud your executive officer's effort and your president's in trying to fill the gaps. But I'm just warning you, keep your expectations in check, because when it gets to the legislature, they're going to ask, what is the mission? And is there consumer harm implications? And if you can't answer affirmatively either of the or both of those questions, the non-starter. So anyway, I just wanted to give you that jaded perspective.
Do we have? Or Caesar looks at me. Do we have any other public comments on this agenda item? Nope. Oh, yes.
Good afternoon. My name's Gary Federico. Even what Mr. Jones had to say and so forth, if it does move forward in, let's say, Ms. Underwood's direction and so forth, the only thing that I could add to it, the students, the apprentices students, I guess, they are consumers to me in every way, shape, or form. And what I would suggest, it would be some type of fact sheet, something like that, that they should receive. No, you shouldn't be paying money for the apprenticeship program. No, you should be paid whatever per hour, and all the things there. So they have it. I guess they could probably sign it and send it, but they could forge that. But I'm just saying, just more of an awareness fact sheet that individual should have. As a previous school owner, with our students, obviously they sign shitloads of documents, excuse my language, but I know they, so much under federal funding and so forth, so much paperwork going on. I'm sure they don't understand half the stuff, but it's still presented in front of them. If somebody comes in, I haven't seen the BPE in a long time, but it's there. It's verified and so forth. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else for public comments?
We may online.
Moderator, we're going to ask that you open up the line for any comments that may be there.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. At this time, I ask Monica to call the roll.
Tanya Fairley,
Yes.
Kelly Funk,
Yes.
Anthony Bertram,
Yes.
Megan Ellis,
Yes.
Dr. Yolanda Jimenez,
Yes.
Paulette Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Dinar Lemeli, Tamika Miller,
Yes.
Danielle Munoz,
Yes.
Callie Mayfan,
Yes.
Steve Weeks.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Our next item to review is the approval of a portion of the board's sunset review report. I will ask Christy to provide that review.
All right, we're going a little out of order just to take the meat of our agenda a little early. So as I've been saying, our sunset review report is currently being prepared. And for those of you who haven't been on the board before, the sunset review final report's going to be about this thick. All right, it's going to be two volumes likely, because there's a lot of data that we provide and a lot of explaining of what that data is. We are not done with that yet, so that is still in process. We really had the goal to get the whole thing to you at this meeting, but what we really wanted to get to you at this meeting is kind of, for lack of a better word, the most important items in Sunset Report. And that is starting with our Sunset Report on new issues. So in your packet, under item number 10, you will see starting on page 1 of 8. So these are the new issues that we have talked about in our last meeting and maybe the meeting before. And this is the opportunity for the board to bring to the legislature any new issues, perhaps any issues that haven't been identified since the last sunset report. But really what we want to see changed, this is our opportunity to present it to the legislature. So our first item is the oversight of schools, which we have briefly discussed in the past. And this recommendation currently has, most importantly, that we have a fee, to establish a fee. Let me just see where I'm at here. So we are looking to, on page 2 of 8, we have a legislative request, and we have exactly what staff is recommending be amended. Obviously, that all, by this chapter and any regulations pertaining to the operation of schools. Right now, our board inspectors are limited to inspecting health and safety. We cannot go and determine if a school is selling hours because we do not look at school contracts, we don't look at attendance records, anything like that. But we're often asked about what we're doing to enforce the selling of hours. So we have to have more authority to look when we're doing inspections at schools. The next item is talking about the application process. Again, it's like the apprenticeship programs. They submit an initial application to the board. It is free. We have, it's an extensive review. We review the curriculum, we review their space. We have to do an inspection before they are approved, and that entire application process has no fee. They also do not renew. So we think that they should have to renew like the rest of our licenses. And so we are also recommending section 7425.1 for a fee to be established. We are also recommending here, right above number 2, to amend that requires the BPPE to provide the board with citations and formal discipline. Right now, we have to look for it ourselves on their database or on their website. We are required to send inspection reports to the Bureau of Private Post-Secondary, but they are not required to send it to us. We do get some, but we do not get all. And we think that we should receive that information from the Bureau because they may issue a citation for an unlicensed school. In fact, they do issue citations for unlicensed schools, and likely those schools are getting services from consumers. So it's just a facility out there operating. And if we could get that information without having, right now we have staff that have to go through the website every day and look to see if, well, they do it, I think, once a month. So once a month, we have to go through and look at all school discipline to find what might be barbering and cosmetology. Next is license by endorsement. This is something that we've talked about. We've found some significant fraud in the endorsement world, licenses coming from state to state. We think that for somebody to come into California, they should have had to test. And that most states require that, but most states don't tell you that. So we want to make it required that if a person is coming from Arizona, you have to tell us if you took your exam in Arizona. If you went from New York to Alabama to Arizona to California, then you need to tell us where you took your exam. The bottom line is our licensees are required to examine, and there's a loophole where people are going to different states to try to get a license without taking that examination. And if they send us a certification letter and it doesn't show that on there, we could potentially be putting people out in the workforce that have never tested for minimal competency. Next is establishing combined license types. So this is something new that's to this board and certainly open for discussion, but this is a growing trend of individuals who want to be both a barber and a Cosmo, or want to be both a manicuring and an esthetician. It's actually not that new. It's been we have a lot of people that hold dual licenses. But the school, they can't go to school for one course. So this would allow someone to actually enroll in a barbering and cosmetology course. This already exists. Lots of schools already do this. What happens though is they still have to get 2 licenses. So if a student is already going to a school for a Barber Cosmo course, now we're going to make them pay $125 twice. We're going to make them have to have 2 different licenses, make them renew 2 different times. Whereas we could, and other states do have, a combined Barber Cosmo license or a combined manicure and aesthetics license.
What implication does it have on the hours, school hours?
It would be an increase in hours. So the way we calculated it, and we have it spelled out, but it's in a lot of detail in this packet. But the way the law says that any hours that are like for like can be transferred. So if you're in a barber course and you're in a Cosmo course, or you did a barber and now you want to do a Cosmo, there's 100 hours of health and safety. Well, those 100 hours by statute are exactly the same. So it wouldn't be 2,000 hours, right? Because the hours are the same. So when you're a barber or a cosmetologist, health and safety is the same. There's by all means, there's different, nuances in each of those. But for the most part, disinfectant and sanitation is the same. And so it would be, what we are recommending is 1,400 hours for Barber Cosmo. And 800 hours for esthetician manicuring. And the way we figured those hours out was we laid it all out, the like hours that are required by law to be the same, and then the differences.
Because if I'm clear, what happens with Barber Cosmo is you can go to school for Cosmo, but the difference in the barber is the shaving.
Yes.
So you're saying that it's like for like, the additional that's required in training for barber is the shaving. So whatever those hours are is what's additional?
It's not that clean.
Well, I mean, come on.
Right? Because if that were the case, it would be, if you were a Cosmo and wanted to become a barber, you would just go take 200 hours, but that's actually not the case because each course is like for like, and they don't both end at 1,000. The Cosmo ends at 900 and the barber ends at 800. So those additional hours are what we call in the office is unspecified hours. So they could be, maybe the student needs more time in color, or maybe they have a business class that they're having the students complete. So there's the 1,000 hours for a barber and the 1,000 hours for Cosmo there's I believe it's 600 hours that are exactly identical. But then you got to look at Cosmo is 150 hours for
Coloring or something.
well, for aesthetics.
Oh, yes.
And 50 hours in hair removal and 50 hours in nail care. And then barbers have 200 hours in shaving and then 100 hours that are what we call unspecified. So it's just not, you can't just put it on a chart and it ends up perfectly. So we did put it on a chart and we came up with 1,400 hours. There are schools operating today that have more than that for their combined courses because NACIS, which is the main accrediting organization, has approved combined courses already. We don't, and we don't have the authority to do that. But they're already being approved. I know of a school I believe they're offering an 1,800 hour Barber Cosmo. But if you look at our statute that was just done at our last sunset review, we can only come up with the 1,400. And if you aren't sold on that, we can bring you back specifics at the next meeting. Because again, this will have to be approved at the next board meeting if we want to move forward with this. But it doesn't, but we can bring that back and show you how we came up with those hours.
No, I think I'm all for the combo. I think I'm just trying to understand where this lies in and I guess the fairness of how it's being, because right now Cosmo's at 1,000 hours.
They're both at 1,000.
They're both at 1,000 now. So we're adding 400 and they get 1 license and they can do either service.
Yes.
So it would be, okay.
And then same for manicuring and aesthetics, it would be 800. So aesthetics is 600 right now. Right. Now I'm questioning myself. Is that what I have, Carrie? Oh, right, because you have 600 and 400, but the bulk of them are the same. So when we put it on a chart and add it up, it comes to 800.
Is there a market for this license?
Yes.
And is there any way it can be abused by the schools in hours?
I think.
Is there any way that I just asked, is there any way this could be abused by the school and what they charge for hours? Because we did such wrangling to get it down to 1,000 before. We're breaking the 1,000 and
I think it prevents the abuse.
Yes, I was gonna say that.
yeah.
I think that, I think it will prevent the abuse because it's putting in writing what they would actually have to take for the student. And I think right now a school might say, oh, if you want a manicurist and an esthetician, you have to go to both the courses. And so the other thing that I think is great for the student, and I think it's, the legislature wants to reduce barriers. Well, we all want to reduce barriers. It gives them that one license with the ability to do more, especially manicuring and aesthetics, because manicurists want to wax and they want to do facials. And so train them and test them. And we've talked to our testing company and they have said, not a problem to create a combined test. Again, we don't know what that exactly looks like, but they would take one test and would get a license that says barbering and cosmetology. All right, next we will move to number 5, which is limited liability companies. This is something we've been talking about for a few years. We have been seeking legislation to clarify that our establishments can be limited liability companies. They already are. We just need to get it cleaned up in legislation. And so hopefully this will happen in our sunset. And then lastly is remedial education. So in January 2024, we had a bill that was enacted, SB 384, that allowed us to establish remedial education in lieu of a first offense of a health and safety violation, which we supported and think is a great idea. The way the language is written is that the board had to offer it. And we want it to say the board, that it's just board approved as opposed to board offered. And that way we can contract it out for the development. Our staff's pretty amazing, but we're not computer programmers to develop online systems or even content. So actually we do, Allison back there does a great job on content. But this will allow us, we thought we could make this happen in regulation, that we would be able to contract this process out with an expert and obviously cost less money. But we need to get the legislation cleaned up. So this is just a minor cleanup that we're requesting as opposed to board offered, so that we don't have to build it ourselves, to board approved so that we can contract out. And those are our current new issues for Sunset.
Chrissy, just one edit that I noticed for the report. On the bottom of page 3 of 8, under licensure by endorsement, the recommended amended language for 7331B, proof of current license issued by another state to practice that meets, it says both right now, but since we're adding a third requirement, that should probably be
thank you.
all. Yeah. Otherwise, people are going to read the first 2 and stop right there.
Yes. Great catch.
That's special.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Also on this partnership, limited liability company, corporate profit-making corporation, can we have in there somewhere that they can't have as an employee? They could not, they could own an establishment but they could not have an employee of their company who is formally disciplined from us run that establishment. I mean, wouldn't that be a way for someone that we've disciplined to come back in as an employee of a corporation and it would be invisible to this board? Yeah, putting him in as a manager, yeah.
Right. We can look into that.
Yeah.
It would be as a manager member. Some
But we-
LLCs
they're
are,
restricted. They've been through discipline on our
Mhm.
side. They're ineligible to manage it.
don't forget your microphone. Right, so we can look into that. And I think there's going to be some precedent for professional corporations, potentially from other boards also. So.
Great.
Well, the staff hasn't been on vacation.
No.
It's a lot of work being done.
Did I miss it? No, oh.
I thought we would have a motion on this first before, and take comments before we move to our next sunset item.
Okay, so are there any comments or questions from the board members regarding this?
I think it's pretty cool about the combination license because I'm a dual license person. I have aesthetics and electrology, which I don't know if those two can be combined because I do mostly electrology, but I think that's such a great option for folks. So I commend that.
Yeah, I'm excited about it too. I had to get the process down because when you go from 1,000 to 1,400, I need explanation on why. But yeah, I think it'll be good for the industry and for the schools too. So any other comments from the board members? Nope. We will open it up.
We need a motion first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, we need a motion first, but you can have a seat, Fred. All right. So this is just the first part for the sunset review. So we do need a motion on being able to include this into the sunset review.
I motion to approve to include this in the sunset review.
Nice second.
I'd like to add to that motion, items 1 through 5 on agenda item 10A.
I move to a motion item agenda 1 through 5.
Yes,
And to be
10A, 1
sunset.
through 5 to be added to the sunset review report.
Yes.
And I second. Now, we are open for public comments. Remember, you have 3 minutes and the board will not respond as you give your comment.
Thank you, Fred Jones, Professional Beauty Federation. A lot of great ideas. Hearkening back to my comment earlier about various government agencies having various roles and lanes. I was trying to come up with an analogy. I'll try it out. So in the school setting, the structural issues of schools, the facilities, the equipment, the curriculum, that's set by you. You have responsibility over those issues. But the rules of the road to protect students, contracts, et cetera, that's BPPE's role, right? So I kind of see it as BPPE's like the CHP. When you're driving, you break the laws, CHP pulls you over. You're the structural one that built the freeways. You're Caltrans. My concern is on page 2 of 8, when you're amending section 7313 part B and opening up your board oversight over basically all the functions of a school, it's akin to asking Caltrans to pull people over if they're violating speed laws. Okay, weak comparison, I admit. Right now, you're limited to protecting the public. And the public come in and on clinic floor, receive services. Your job is to make sure that those services are done safely. And you can fine a school if you're seeing gross violations. This is going to open up all sorts of other functions of the school, including their entire location, to your board inspectors. And so our position, and it's been the position of your board for 20 years, has been, let's just have one sheriff in town. Within the Department of Consumer Affairs, let's have one agency that's in charge of our beauty schools. We think it should be you. But until that happens, we don't think an appropriate solution is to just double up on inspections, on red tape, because it's not going to accrue to the advantage of schools, but more importantly to those students. Those costs will be passed along in tuition. So with all due respect, all the other proposals right now in this section we're talking about are great.
30
but this
seconds.
one section in particular, I think, until the legislature makes a decision to give you sole oversight, I just think it's overstepping. And I don't know what the unintended consequences may be for that. So, thank you.
Do we have any other public comments? No. I'm also aware. Oh, yeah, well, here he comes. Yeah.
Gary Federico. Bottom line is, I do agree with Mr. Jones, again, as a previous school owner, and I do agree with Ms. Underwood as well. There needs to be something like this, but having two governmental agencies over us, it's more than necessary. If one agency, the BPE, was established back in 1989 under another name, and we've been carried through all these years, and all they do is collect our funds and so forth. They really don't do anything good in any way, shape, or form. And that's why I understand Ms. Underwood would love to have this. I would love to have it, but how many masters do I need to be under in every way, shape, or form? If we have sole oversight by your agency, totally for it in every way, shape, or form. But having the BPE over us as well, we don't need it. I'm sorry. That's what I have to say on that. And the other one that I would have to say is the 1,000-hour program, our students suffer because they get a lot of theoretical, they get a lot of hands-on in class, but they don't have enough hands-on the paying public or the public in itself. So when I see our students walk out, 'cause I do the maintenance at the school, they don't have the confidence that they used to have because it's the shortened hours, but that's just another thing. So I do appreciate the 1,400 hours, which will help them that much more too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moderator, we can open up for public comment online.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and I do have a request from Gracie Young. Gracie, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak and a 30-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Oh, hi, good afternoon. Hi, Christy. I'm a little confused in terms of the school hours. They were changed to 1,000. So are you saying that the schools are going back to the 1,400 hours? Is that what you're saying? Hello? Can you hear me?
I will clarify for Christy. We're talking about a combined license that would then change the hours to, change the hours to 1,400, just for that combined license.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. And the issues before this, I can't comment on them now, but I didn't hit the right raise hand button.
You can
so
go, Gracie, I'm sorry, this is Tanya Fairley. I was notified that you had a question regarding the previous issue. Go ahead and ask your question.
My question is, in terms of the minimum wage for the apprentices, I know that the apprenticeship is a pay, earn while you learn, employee type job training. My question is, how will the barber shops and beauty salons survive in terms of training the apprentices especially the mom and pop shops that can't afford the minimum wage, and you said no commission, is no commission, right? So I'm just wondering, how will the apprenticeship program survive if the employers pull out of just decide they don't want to do it?
So just keep in mind, and yes, I am commenting because I see all the eyes look at me right now. The apprenticeship program is voluntary, so it's not a mandatory program. It's definitely voluntary. And as stated in the proposed legislation, they are a paid employee. So I'm just going to clarify that if the school or a trainer wants to take on an apprentice, these are the guidelines that are set forth.
Thank you.
Okay. There's no one else online?
This is the moderator. Appears there are no further requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. Okay, board, now we need a vote on the motion to add this to the sunset review. Somebody?
Would we just say so moved or move to?
I think we
Move to add
We have a
items?
motion.
already have
and
a
a
call
second.
roll.
second. We just need to vote.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Tanya Fairley?
Yes.
Kelly Funk?
Yes.
Anthony Bertram?
Yes.
Megan Ellis?
Yes.
Dr. Yolanda Jimenez?
Yes.
Colette Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Sonar Lomale?
Yes.
Tamika Miller?
Yes.
Danielle Munoz?
Yes.
Hallie Mae Pham?
Yes.
Steve Weeks?
Yes.
Motion passes.
So now I think we're going to go back to 7, right? Or
Oh, nope, we're still on this item.
Oh,
We're now on
B-
10B. And that is our board action and responses to the prior sunset issues. So this is the section that's required in our sunset report where we have to look at what happened last time. And I know member Pham, you brought this up last time, was like, what were the issues at our last sunset report? Well, this basically covers it. And so that's why we wanted to bring this to you now. This shows it's all the issues that the legislature brought to us at the last sunset review that we had to provide a response to, and now we have to give an update to. So, and this is on page 1 of 11. So the first issue was the board composition, and does the BBC composition need to be updated? So what the way the structure goes of this section of sunset is it says the issue, what the committee staff recommended at the last sunset report, and what our update is today. So the board composition, that is what allowed all of you to be here. We got the legislature to state that there should be one member of each of our licensing categories on the board. We're a majority public board, so that moved us from a 9-member board to a 13-member board. We have, with our most recent appointment that we just had on Friday, we will only have 1 vacancy left. Pretty soon I'll be in the audience. That is the establishment owner position. And so that is the last position that will be vacant. 1 more industry person on our board is needed. And so that is, we just gave a brief update on where we are with that. The next item is the regulations. There was a big change in DCA prior to our last sunset. So the legislature asked, how's it going, basically, after the process of establishing the reg unit within our legal office. So we have Sabina, who's with us at all our board meetings, and then many of you have met Christy Shields, who's our reg counsel, and she helps us with regulations. And so what we're required to do is we've provided a chart of all the regulations that took place since our last sunset, and the status and the start time and the status of each of those. Personnel flexibility was number 3. This change allowed us to be a little more flexible with some of our positions, especially within our enforcement unit, and it has allowed us to establish special investigator positions, which we have done, and it's been, our special investigators handle all of our consumer harm cases where there's been actual harm done to consumers. And of course, the apprenticeship program. They spend a lot of time on the apprenticeship program. But they do a little bit more than just, whereas inspectors are going to salons and inspecting on a daily basis and doing their reports, the special investigators handle the report from the beginning and they do all their backgrounds. They do interviews with complainants. They do interviews with licensees. So a lot more information going into an enforcement report that might go straight to the Attorney General's office. So that was good. Number 4 was medical practice. This was when we changed section 7320, which said you cannot perform any services that are considered medical. This changed it to you can't perform or offer any services that are medical. And so most of you that have been on DRC have seen lots of that. Number 5 was school oversight. School oversight has been in every sunset review since I've been here for 20 years. And so this update is, one of the things they asked us was our relationship with the BPPE. The committee's staff asked about providing us additional resources. We had talked about fees in the last sunset report. We had requested fees in the last sunset report, but it just didn't happen. So that's why we're again saying it's a process we have to do. There should be a fee. Right now, we have to redirect staff to handle this workload on both apprentices and schools. So it's less people that we have working in our enforcement cases. Number 6 is AB5. What are the remaining implications for BBC licenses? For those of you that don't know, AB5 was a bill that exempted our licensees from certain labor issues just to determine if you're an independent contractor or an employee. Our board is exempt other than manicurists, but we'll talk about that in the legislative proposals in a minute. However, we did provide some background on this. It's not our law, we don't enforce it, but this board did take a position a few meetings ago that we would like all of our licensees to be treated the same. So we've provided a response that states that. 7 was scope of practice. Last year they did do last sunset, we did get some updates to scope of practice, specifically to aesthetics. So there was some talk about breaking up licenses. Our update basically says that we do not agree with breaking up the existing scope of practice, as in blow drying doesn't need to be licensed or shampooing doesn't need to be licensed, which has kind of been a common goal, but it's part of our scope of practice and we should keep it all together. So this update is stating that. And it also, we go into some details because a lot of people in the legislature don't understand the risks in this industry. Those of us on the board do. You see cases and you see our disciplinary review committee. And I've done a lot of research lately, and hair services from when the board was created, or even in the 1960s, and facials are drastically different than what they are today. And it was interesting that back in 1962, the most reason why women would go to a salon was to just cover gray. And now people want pink or blue, or, so what the need for consumers is totally different and totally more threatening. I mean, people aren't just getting manicures, they're getting acrylic nails. We just had a meeting a couple of weeks ago about a new product. Tamika, you might know about the new magic nail remover that bubbles off your acrylic nails. It just looks like nail polish. You put it on your nails and it bubbles and you just can peel it right off. Well, it's paint thinner. And I met with some scientists from the industry, and the FDA actually came out and banned it. So we're going to be doing some social media on it, because there's no way the manicurists in the industry even know about this. There's no label on it. There's lots of different brands, and it looks just like nail polish, and it says magic remover. I mean, I'll be honest, I saw it on TikTok and I was ready to go. But it's literally paint thinner that's in it that is used in actual paint. So there's so much that people are misunderstood about the industry and how much harm could actually take place. So we added some of that there. You're going to see a lot more of that in Sunset, in our full Sunset report as well, about really trying to explain to the legislature the risks that are involved in services. 8 is our hours. Again, we went to 1,000 hours after our last sunset. It asked us about checking for demographics. We don't check demographics and we don't track enrollments in schools. And so there has been an increase in licensure. The legislature felt reducing those hours would reduce barriers to entry. Whether you agree with that or not, we have had more licenses come through, and it's also been a shift. We went through our last sunset during and right after the pandemic. So a lot happened in the pandemic and with this industry. So I think we're still rebounding. But we are seeing more and more licenses be issued to with the shorter hours. And our pass rates, other than the apprenticeship program, are back at a steady pace. Our next is exams. At our last sunset review, they removed the practical exam. This goes in line to one of our past public commenters. What we hear a lot of is that the students are coming out of school ready with their theory and they're passing the exam with their theory, but they're not ready to work. And we've heard from when we're at trade shows, we hear a lot from different organizations and different owners that when they bring a brand new person out of school, they might be clean, but they're not ready to be employed. And so that has been one thing, and it's because they're focusing so much on the theory to pass that theory exam that they might be missing that aspect of in the school, the clinic floors, the actual hands-on. I've added in here for the board to consider that there should be a mandated practical exam by the schools. This is what's done in Minnesota right now, and other states are looking at it as well. That's up for discussion, and I don't know what that exam would look like, but unfortunately, some schools are great. Many schools are great, and they do come out and they're very well, but there's no required testing that those students meet that standard at the end of their school. So that's something that the board can discuss if they would want to consider that, recommend that. I don't know that would would happen, but there should. The practical's gone. I don't think it's coming back. It wasn't gone just for us. It was gone for other organizations as well. But this is a hands-on industry, and maybe there should be something in the school that holds them up to some type of practical standard. And before I'll just finish and then we can open it up for discussion and comments. Number 10 was our endorsement. That was what we've talked about earlier in our legislative recommendations, where we think we need proof that they have passed that exam. We've added some numbers here so you can see that how much we have increased in the licenses that have been issued based on holding a license in another state. So 2025, we had over 4,000, and you can see we've never had that many. Is it reducing barriers to entry or increasing risk to consumers is the question. And so we just need to, California holds the golden standard, and we want to make sure that we're handing a license to somebody that truly meets the minimal competency. And I can tell you we have several cases that we are looking into right now for fraudulent licenses being issued, and we do have known consumer harm that came from those cases. So, and then of course, 11 is apprenticeships and externs. We did make some changes to externs. This cleared up that barbers can be extern, but we all know what we're doing with apprentices, so that'll just be inserted here. 12 is our personal service permit. At that time of our last sunset, we had not implemented it yet. This is fully implemented now. On the update, you can see that I made a mistake and listed that since then we have XXX permits. I was supposed to go back in and put 265 there. So we have 265 permits that have been issued. And just so you know, like everybody has reviewed this 5 million times and we still missed those X's. 13 was mobile units. We changed significantly the rules to mobile units. They were very old and outdated and we made them more current. We've issued 41 new mobile units since January 1 of 2022, which is great. And then citations. This is, the committee had made a recommendation that basically our citations that we issue should be relevant to consumer safety, right? So really looking at what we're doing, what we're citing, and where's the consumer harm in that. And if you have served on the Health and Safety Committee, you've talked about this. And if you've served on the Enforcement Committee, you've talked about this. We're looking at our administrative fine, but we've also done internal changes as well. So if an inspector is in a salon and they see that the only violation is their cupboard of clean towels is opened, which is normally a violation, well, we can educate them and we can have them close it and not have to issue a citation. Or the inspector may find multiple citations, but then our staff in the office, they review everything and they review their history and they determine what really needs a fine and what needs an education. So they're still getting a citation, but as you know, in DRC, we have several that are no fine assessed. So if it's something that we know is a violation and we want to tell you how to fix it, but we're not going to assess the fine to it. Next time you get told again, you're going to get a fine with it, right? So we do that internally as well. And then in our November meeting, you will be looking at a new administrative fine schedule. Licensee in charge, we had asked just for this was just clarifying language, and we had asked this at our last sunset. It did not happen. This is the exact language that we asked for at the last sunset, that basically clarifies that the establishment owner can also be a licensee in charge as well. That's how we operate. We just want to make it clear in the statute. Matt, yes.
So my question to that is, a lot of establishment owners aren't licensees.
Right.
So we're saying that even though they're not licensed, if they're there, they're the licensee in charge?
Yes. Mandatory inspection following licensure. We were required to do initial inspections of establishments within 90 days of issuing that license. Most establishments that have been open for only 90 days are pretty clean. So we were able to get that removed during the last sunset report. So our inspectors don't have to, I mean, it really was a waste of time. It's not needed. We get them on a regular basis. And so that was done, which has been great. 17 was what were the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic? You can tell that's where we were in the last sunset. And then 18, there's always technical changes that are added in sunset report. And I think we did have some minor, we weren't paying our health and safety advisory committee members, so we were able to get that cleaned up and allow them to get a per diem. And then lastly, the last item for any sunset report is, should the board continue to be regulated? And we still agree that the board should be regulated. So that is the Section 9 responses to prior sunset. Any questions?
Just one edit, page 7, that chart that you showed us, I think it says 2025 twice.
2025 on there twice.
So I think that should be 2024.
In my world, there were two 2025.
I love having Savina next to me. Okay, now we have a motion to include this in, wait, This is the update. Okay, so now we have bringing forth a motion to include this in our sunset review.
I have a comment or a question. Chrissy said after she spoke. Just in terms of the practical, I know you said it's been other boards that is discontinued, but I strongly believe it should be brought back to the board in terms of examination. My thought.
I'd like to second that. I agree. Just because as I get a lot of calls from new electrologists who need assistance, and a lot of them don't really feel comfortable even do certain basic things. And I feel that a practical, I know with schools, they might want more hours because that's another component. But the other issue with having the schools do the practical, which I get, it's something, is having a testing environment that is like a third party, just so that way, because, you know, the school could do it, but it's not going to be as unbiased. But that's just my opinion on it.
It's almost like to me equivalent to saying you don't need to only take the written part of like a driving exam and you can just take the practical part at the school. My thoughts.
Oh, is this where we can discuss that?
You can.
Or-
This is definitely your opportunity to put in sunset whatever the board decides, and I will do it.
Oh, good, because I agree fully that it should be brought back. And I also think that would help with the Spanish pass rates and like language barrier issues. So we can add that? How do we add that?
Well, the legislatures who removed it. So
Right.
now we'd be going back.
And tell, yeah, that we, yeah.
But this document right now that we're potentially having a motion on isn't new issues, right?
That would have been the last
It would have
one.
been the last, it would have been the last item.
Well-
So right now, let's take care of this, and then we can kind of get a game plan on how to maybe address the practical. Like,
That
so
was
we're
my
just looking
question.
at this
Okay.
one, this subsection B on item 10. So it's just these prior sunset issues and the responses and the updates that we're here right now to take a motion on, and then we'll try to figure out a game plan for the other.
Okay. Would it be like I motion to include agenda item 10B, pages 1 through 11 into the sunset report?
I would caveat it by, and well, there's, because on page 6, I mention the mandating schools to administer a practical examination. So, and Sabina, correct me if, but I would think the motion could be to approve this for submission with the exception of the item of the practical exam to be looked at separately.
Right, which is item 9 on page 6 of 11.
Okay.
I just
I
say so
motion,
moved.
oh, so moved. Thank you.
This is Member Pham. I second.
We will now open this item up to any public comments. Remember that there is a 3-minute time limit. And Fred cannot talk.
Turn tail. Fred again, not talking. I would suggest in some of the responses to, if it bleeds, it leads. There needs to be some concrete examples of consumer harm in your responses. So for example, a number of years ago, there was a staff massive infection outbreak because of foot spa services. Legislators today were not legislators then. They need to be reminded of some of the true harm and risks involved with these services. Every couple years, these new crop of legislators need that reminder. Because believe me, if you look at the trajectory of your regulatory oversight, it's getting decreased with each new legislative session. So from 1,600 hours to 1,000, from we used to have not only a written and a practical, but you would aggregate the scores and give extra point for practical competencies because this is a hands-on industry. We often don't care what's up here as much as what's happening here. And the legislature did away with that. And now they've done away with the practical altogether. So the trajectory's in a direction of people in the legislature not understanding our industry. They don't understand the risk. They don't understand how hands-on our licensed professionals are. And for example, they think BPPE can license a computer tech program and a barbering program. They don't have any technical expertise over industry, but that's how the legislature thinks. Oh, this is a school, that's a school. Apples and apples. So whatever you can do to sex up your report, really emphasize the risks and harms and bring specific examples, I think will go a long ways, because there are people in the legislature, powerful people. You guys laughed at that final issue. They want to de-license. They want to completely deregulate our industry because they don't understand there's any real harm in their minds. So you have to be, in some sense, an advocate for your mission by really emphasizing the risks that are involved with this industry. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Good afternoon, Jamie Schrabeck, Precision Nails. I couldn't agree more. And when we talk about the practice of medicine within our industry that should not be happening, when we talk about the risks of particular substances, Christy, you were mentioning that particular chemical is actually methylene chloride, and our regulations already ban it.
Yes.
989B already bans methylene chloride because it's a paint stripper. But how many people know that already? They should have learned that in beauty school. They should understand that when they see a product that works a miracle, that that's something to question and not to just slap on somebody without knowing what the ingredients are and getting a safety data sheet. Here's something that's somewhat off topic but related. I wish that this board were required to receive notification of any settlement by an insurance company of over $25,000, because for all of the horror stories you see, I see more. I see them because I do expert witness work for private attorneys, and I will work both plaintiffs and defendants' sides. And what I see, you guys don't see. And when I ask the lawyer, has your client reported this to the state board? Nope, they have not. So you're not even seeing the worst of the worst. But if there were a requirement in statute, like there is for the medical board, that insurance companies have to report settlements over a particular amount of money, then all of a sudden you're going to get a much greater understanding of what it is that clients actually face in terms of risk, which then could be transmitted to the legislature, and hopefully they could understand it. And you could get some victims to come and talk about, hey, my foot was amputated because I got a bad pedicure. Or I had to have reconstructive surgery because of a bad waxing job. Thank you.
No more public comments? Moderator, you can please open up online.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. Monica, now you can please call roll.
Tanya Fairley.
Yes.
Kelly Funk.
Yes.
Anthony Bertrand.
Yes.
Megan Ellis.
Yes.
Dr. Yolanda Jimenez.
Yes.
Paulette Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Sonar Lomale.
Yes.
Tamika Miller.
Yes.
Danielle Munoz.
Yes.
Callie Maypham.
Yes.
Steve Weeks. Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, board is here. I hear you on both sides. We're going to take a 5-minute break and we will be back. It is now 3:15. See you back here at 3:20. All right. So we are now going to move to item number 8, and I will have Christy review the proposed legislation.
Thank you, and thanks for jumping around on the agenda. This item requires one action from the board, and so I know people have flights that they want to catch, so at least everything after this on our agenda is going to be updates. So this is our legislation. AB 485 is a bill on unsatisfied judgments and non-payment of wages. This bill proposes that any state agency that issues licenses must deny new applicants or renewals if to employers found in violation of unsatisfied judgments. The board took a position of watch on May 19th. I recommend we maintain that position. Bill is continuing to move through the process. Any questions? All right, our next bill on the list is AB 504. That was our independent contractor bill for manicurists. This bill is not moving forward. We just will close that out and you will not see it again. Next bill is AB 625. This bill is not moving forward. So this is just to close that out to let you know, and you will not see that bill again. Next is D, AB 667, which is licensing examination interpreters. We took a watch position on this bill. It's basically looking at other boards. We already allow interpreters for all of our licenses unless it's provided in the language. And so this bill wouldn't be impacted to us because we already allow it. We took a watch position and I don't recommend that change. Any comments, questions? All right, we will move to E. E is AB 742, which is applicants who are descendants of slaves. We talked about this last year as well as this year. This bill requires boards to expedite applications for applicants seeking licensure who are descendants of American slaves. We took a watch position on this bill. It's continuing to move forward. A lot of work to be done on this bill. It creates a whole new agency. So we took a watch position and I recommend we maintain that position. All right, moving on to F, AB 1514. This is new. This bill is the Committee on Labor and Employment is the authors of this bill. This bill is on labor, and this bill extends the sunset of the manicurist exemption. I might be saying that wrong. This bill would delete the January 1, 2025 inoperative date and instead, until January 1, 2029, reapply the ABC test exemption to licensed manicurists. So it's giving manicurists back the exemption for a limited time. It is not changing it completely, which is what we would prefer. But at least it gives more time to do more work on it while manicurists would be allowed to choose how they are employed.
Easy support.
Okay, Member Funk here. I move to support Assembly Bill 1514.
I second. Do we have any public comments on this? Come on up, Jamie.
We're voting on each individual.
I could say yay from the back. Jamie Strawbeck, Precision Nails again. We're still leaving out licensed hairstylists. The bill does not mention licensed hairstylists, which is a license type. And it's very specific, naming which licenses are allowed the exemption. And because we now have that licensed hairstylist as a type, that should be added in there too, so that licensed hairstylists have the right to do it. I know there are only 92 of them. I'm sure more are on the way, but if we're going to treat every license type equally, we really should name each of the individual license types. I know that an apprenticeship is not a license type, and apprentices are not allowed to be independent contractors, but certainly each of the license types we have now, and then if we do luckily end up with barber cosmetologists and manicurist estheticians, then those will be additional license types that should be listed in that bill for future revisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more public comment? Moderator, you can open up to online comment.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. Turn it over now to Monica for a roll.
Tanya Fairley,
Yes.
Kelly Funk,
Yes.
Anthony Bertram,
Yes.
Megan Ellis,
Yes.
Dr. Yolanda Jimenez,
Yes.
Colette Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Sonara Lomelli,
Yes.
Tamika Miller,
Yes.
Danielle Munoz,
Yes.
Kelly Mayfan,
Yes.
Steve Weeks.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We will move on to the next bill, which is on page 6, SB 236, which is chemical hair relaxers. This bill does not impact us. We took a watch position on it. This bill, it prohibits any person from manufacturing, distributing, or selling or offering for sale in the state a hair relaxer product as defined that contains any specified list of intentionally added ingredients for which the Department of Toxic Substance Control has identified as accepting testing methods it's as specified. So basically, it's a manufacturer bill for certain chemical requirements in hair relaxers. Not something that we would enforce, but something that we wanted to just, we are watching because it would impact our licensees. Next is Senate Bill 470, which is our Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act of teleconferencing. This bill proposes to amend the January 1, 2026 repeal date to January 1, 2030 regarding alternative teleconferencing. That is regarding how we do our committee meetings. I know this board has chosen to meet in person for our board meetings, but our committee meetings we can do online as long as staff are in a single location where the public can attend. And so this would, and we believe this is a great idea. It works very great and works great for other boards as well. And this would extend that date. We took a support position on that in May 19th, and I recommend we maintain that. Any questions, concerns? All right, our next bill is SB 641, which is emergency waivers and exemptions. This was a bill that was developed somewhat in response to the fires in Los Angeles. This allows boards within DCA to waive the application of certain provisions for board licensure requirements and licensees and applicants impacted by declared federal, state, or local emergencies. So when the fires happened in LA County, we extended expiration dates. Is that right, Carrie? But that was done via the governor's executive order. So this would just allow us to do it more easily than having to go through the whole process of an executive order. And well, we took a support position on this, and I recommend we keep that. And that's it for legislation.
All right, we will go ahead and move to agenda item number 11.
Actually, I think we would go back to.
I don't have so. I have that question. We did 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
We haven't done 7.
Okay, 7.
This is the real Christy show right here, number 7. Shall I? Okay. All right. So number 7 is all of our executive management reports. We will start with our admin and operations report. We do these reports at a moment in time, so sometimes they're exactly right. Nothing's changed. Right now, we do have actually 1 vacancy in our admin unit. We mentioned earlier in our DCA update that the governor's executive order requiring staff to return to work was delayed. So all of our staff are maintaining their telework duties. We also talked a little bit earlier just about cost-cutting measures that we had discussed in the director's quarterly meeting with the board presidents. And again, it's just reminding us, we highly recommend you all use Monica for any travel. I think a lot of you already do. But making sure that we're doing the most cost-effective way of travel, like what our president mentioned, take an Uber. If we are traveling and we need a car, we I know some of us have all rode together before. So sometimes when staff go down, we tend to have bigger cars because we might have boxes. So always check with us. If you need a ride somewhere, we're always welcome to do that as well. But just really paying attention to our travel, making sure we're doing the most cost-effective means of travel. Our budget is included, which is not quite a full budget of 24-25 fiscal year. Even though we're in August, we're always a little bit behind. So at our next board meeting, you will see our final 24-25 fiscal year budget. Our budget is really pretty standard and pretty solid, right, Steve?
Yeah, couple questions. All right, I have not many questions, not really. On item number consulting and professional services, we had allocated $1.7 million, and our expenditure was $1.8 million. We're $1 million higher. Did we run into some unusual production we were doing of some sort of materials? On the operating expenses and equipment under the fiscal year end budget, like halfway down.
Since this goes all the way back almost a year, it's likely our move.
Oh.
We would have had to contract out for a lot of services. It also would be, Carrie, what else do you? Breeze wouldn't be in there.
That's just a large figure.
Yeah, it's external. So I believe it's had to do, because it goes all the way back, it's probably, we had to do the movers costs, the reconfiguration, it probably included our move.
Desk and all the other stuff.
Yeah, we built a couple offices in our suite.
And the other question is on the per diems. We allocated nothing for per diems, but we ended up doing 70,000. What was that?
That is, so it's not just per diem, it's also overtime.
Right.
Or any lump sums. So that's if somebody retired and took a lump sum out. That's if any overtime that would have been paid out. We did do a little bit of paid overtime. A lot of time we just do overtime for time, not pay, but we definitely did do some overtime. And then per diem is just our board members.
That's why it was allocated at 0, not expecting. Okay. Okay.
Any other questions on the budget?
None.
All right, moving on to page 4. This is our licensing exams and disciplinary review committee report. Currently shows that we have 1 vacancy. We have promoted Alex Gear. Is she here? Oh, there she is. I think most of you know Alex from DRC. Alex is now one of our licensing managers.
Good. We miss her on DRC.
We'll miss her on DRC, but she's not far. I did also want to mention something that's not in this report, but just last week on August 6th, Carrie and I attended a grand reopening of at Valley State Prison, which is in Chowchilla. It's a men's facility, and they've always had a cosmetology program there, but they have just opened it to be a barber program. And if any of you are on TikTok, I would highly recommend you go to Vic Blends. In this case, you might know who he is. He's a well-known barber on TikTok. He actually worked with a lot of industry representatives to get the facility revamped, and they had their grand reopening. And so Carrie and I got to go, and it was a huge event where they cut the ribbon and let they were going to have 16 students in their program, and the barbershop basically that they did, or barber school, is phenomenal. It's beautiful. And so there's a lot on, we will send you out, there was some media there as well. So we'll send you the link so you can see the reports. But if you have TikTok, look up Vic Blends. He posted a lot of videos about the whole event, and it was just super, super inspiring. We got to talk to the students who will be getting to see this new, and they're gonna basically Their instructors are certified teachers. They have their teaching credentials. They have all their facilities set up with all their equipment. It was all donated based on Vic, who is TikTok famous, getting these companies to come together to promote and give all this information to this state facility. So it was a huge opening. It was pretty amazing. So moving on with that, we're showing you our examinations. Our emails continue to be high, but our staff in our licensing unit are amazing. As I say at every meeting, they are keeping our workload low, which keeps our emails low. But it's not easy. They work their tails off every single day. Our applications on page 5, just showing what we've done for the different fiscal years. You can see 24, 25, we had a few more applications than we did for establishments, that is, than we did on the prior years. Page 6 is our quarterly applications received. 7, we go into our exam results. And then, of course, we break it down by first-time test takers and re-exams. On page 9, we show the exam results by educational background. So we're showing the apprentice program out of country, and then our school programs as well. School programs obviously are a little bit, quite a bit higher than the rest, and apprentice is a little low. On page 10, you can see that our first-time test takers in the apprentice program, and I want to point out cosmetology, they have a 35% overall pass rate for cosmetologists, and you can see that a large number are taking that examination in Spanish. So again, it goes back to the fact that we don't even know if they are teaching in Spanish to Spanish-speaking individuals. And then the same information for our out of country and our school programs by language. On page 14, we show the number of licenses issued for fiscal year 24-25. That's 39,857 licenses issued in our last fiscal year.
Thank you for breaking out re-exam test takers, because that's the more, to me at least, that's more critical than the other.
Right.
I mean, it really tells us where we are.
It is very interesting.
Those are good numbers to keep breaking out.
On page 15 is our licenses issued with comparison over the last 5 years. And I just wanted to point out that in 24-25, we issued 39,857 licenses. That is the highest amount in the last 5 years. And then the next page, we show our current licensed population, which is 659,335. Woo! We can almost say 660,000. Pages 17, 18, and 19 and 20 are our survey results, where we talk about if you're an independent contractor, and you can see by page 18 that only 23% in the industry are employees and 35% are independent contractors. Do have a high percent, 32% that stated they're not working but are maintaining their license.
But down at the bottom, it says an independent contractor operating in the establishment is at 49%.
Right.
So that's salons that the individuals didn't answer because of that percentage is low, but the salon answered with a high percentage.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, page 21 is our disciplinary review committee. We didn't have any vacancies, but now we have one. We show the number of appeals that we have pending. We have our next DRC hearing is September 8th and 9th in Burbank. We have
on that one.
Me too. And Steve. Next, we'll move on to our enforcement report. We have 3 vacancies in our enforcement unit. We've showed our complaints received. We are at 24 fiscal year 24-25. We received 6,281 complaints. Page 23, we show a chart of our breakdown of the different types of complaints that we've received. You can get a feel for just the different areas. Those little squares are a little bit small over there to the right, but they tie to the pie chart. We're showing you what we have sent to the Attorney General's office. And then that bottom chart is our probation cases. We currently have 64 cases in active probation. On the next page, 24, it shows our complaint numbers. So in the complaints received, we were at 6,281 for fiscal year 24-25, and that is quite a bit higher than our last 2 fiscal years. So you can see that complaints are increasing. As well as the third chart down is the Attorney General. You can see that we've referred 128 cases over to the Attorney General's office, and that is quite a bit higher than both of our previous 2 fiscal years. Page 25, it's our disciplinary outcomes and some more probation information. Our externs, excuse me. Page 26 is our citation data and inspections and number of inspections. Page 27 talks about our mobile inspection program. That is where we have transitioned our inspectors from going from paper inspection reports to an iPad. So they are all on that now. It is fully implemented. We still have kinks we're working out, but all inspectors are working electronically in the field now. Our next page is our number of citations issued by month. And then on page 29, we get into our requests for payment notices and our payment plans. Page 30 is our outreach update. So you can show we did Highlands High School back in May 2025. We did, we had a resource fair at the Mexican Consulate and Northern California Small Business Development Center, Beauty Boss. Those were both done by our special investigator, Christian Gutierrez, who happens to speak Spanish. So that works out great for him to be at the Mexican Consulate. And he does a great job in presenting that. And then on October 11th and 12th, we will be attending an event called LashCon, which we've not heard of before, but they invited us, and it's a lash expo. It's smaller, I think 1,000 people they're expecting, but they've asked us to be there and they've given us a booth for free. So Monica and Miranda, our outreach coordinators, will be attending that as well.
And that's interesting that it's LashCon in California, because people will be notified that you have to be a licensed esthetician in order to. Yes. So that's a good thing. Yes. But I don't think they thought that process all the way through inviting BBC.
I believe we met them at the premiere show, and that's what they invited us. Next is just our list of our listservs, the notifications that we've sent out. We will make sure to let you know ahead of time if you're an industry member that we're going to be sending those out so you don't get so many phone calls.
Listen. Sorry.
And then our next item is an update on our social media, and we have a huge announcement. We, on August 1st, just launched a Spanish Facebook page. So we did our Vietnamese Facebook page in the past. Everything that goes on our English Facebook page now goes on a separate standalone Vietnamese page, and now we have a separate standalone Spanish page. We also have a Groom and Glow campaign going on right now. Take a look at social media if you haven't seen it. Something that the staff, Monica and Miranda, who's upstairs at our office, created to try to be a summer vibes. Normally we do safe sandal season, but we've been doing it for many years. So we wanted to change it up and do something different. So they came up with Groom and Glow, and it's tips for the summer on all things hair, skin, and nails. Last is our strategic plan update. I think this is last. The pre-apprentice training course went live on July 1, 2025. That was also something from Sunset where we had to do the pre-apprentice training. We were able to contract that out and have it developed, which is what we want to do with remedial education. So that is up and running. The mobile inspection application, our inspectors doing inspections on the iPad has been implemented. And then we are working, we do our quarterly newsletter, which is our Barber Cosmo update, and that we are about to do our 10th issue in August of 2025. That's it.
Thank you so much, Ms. Christie. All right, that was 7, right? No public comment on that, right? Nope. 10. We did 11 already. 11 and 12, yes.
Okay.
Turn it over to you, Christy. You can go
Okay.
ahead. 11.
Item number 11 is a review and discussion on the family support holds and on-board licenses. So this came up at our last meeting. So really on page 2, we've done a flow chart. Some of you that have been in DRC especially might hear of something like somebody might come in front of us and say, well, I had a family support hold on my license. We don't know what happened. So we wanted to give some information on exactly how this works. And basically, family support is usually child support. I believe it can be other types of monetary support that someone might owe. And if you're in the Department of Child Support Services system, it gets tagged to any regulatory licensing system. So not just us, every board under DCA has a match that happens automatically behind the scenes if you owe family support. And so what happens is our data systems check for a match. And if the match is found, if there's nothing found, then a full-term license is issued. If there is something found, and often this happens during the renewal cycle, a 150-day temporary license is issued. So if a match is found, automatically they get a limit on their license. They get 150 days, and they have to contact their local, their county Department of Child Support Services. It used to be done all by the district attorneys, but then they created the state department. They contact them and they work it out. It's not our business. We have no idea what the issue is. So they work it out, and usually they work it out, and that the Department of Child Support Services updates their system. That match goes through again, and that 150-day license now gets a full-term license. And all this information is sent to them with that license. So it's not, they don't just get a license that has 150 days on it. They get, it's very clear. It says family support, and they get information on who they need to contact to clear that up. So then they have the 30 days to address it. If the issue is resolved, the full-term license is issued. If it's not resolved, there's a suspension letter issued. So now they're basically going to say your license is going to be suspended if you do not take care of your family support situation. So they get another 30 days. So they have that additional 30 days to respond as well. So now they've gotten basically 60 days in order to address this. So if they resolve it at that point, they don't get suspended, they get a full-term license. If they do not resolve it after those 2 options, they then get their license suspended. And again, each time something is sent out, it's automatically generated. We don't know about it. We would only know if somebody asked us about it and we looked it up and we would see a family support flag on their system. We have a unit in DCA that we refer them to talk to, or we can refer them to their local Department of Child Support Services. So if they do not, after those 60 days, get that resolved, then that is, their license is going to be suspended and they're going to get that notice of suspension. So it's behind the scenes, and we don't really see it a lot. We have actually, Carrie's looking at me like I'm crazy. It probably happens a lot, but we refer those off because we don't get involved in the details of what caused that to happen, and we can't recommend how they get it fixed. So, but our Family Support Unit can help them, and the Department of Child Support Services can help them. Any questions?
Yes. Is this something we can discuss that's amendable, or is this, we're just being notified of this?
You mean amendable how?
Well, I mean, I like that the child support services are notified once somebody applies, just in case of tracking them, trying to find where they are located. But I personally feel that taking away their ability to make a living and pay for the child support is excessive.
Oh, this is a different law than us. It's
And usually they're in arrears. And usually they're in arrears and haven't paid, which is why they put a hold on that particular area. So.
yeah, and in my experience, Department of Child Support Services is super helpful in trying to get people back on track. So their goal is to get them working. Right, any questions? All right. Shall I go on to number 12? 12, I believe, is one of our last items.
Yes.
And so this is an update regarding our rulemaking proposals. We have several regulation packages in the process. We have our, let's see, we have a couple that are approved by the Office of Administrative Law. Trying to figure out which one that is. Oh, we have technical cleanup. We have our pre-apprentice training. Those were both completely approved. We have our hairstyling licensing fees that the board voted on some time ago. Those are final. Those are in the process for, they were actually, I believe, were just posted. Is that right, Monica? Didn't you just post those on the internet? So they're in the comment period. So they're being sent out and there's a 45-day comment period on that. Interpreters for licensing. This is where we're making it so they can be an interpreter after 1 year as opposed to 2 years. So that is in the process. We also have, disciplinary guidelines is in the process. We don't have any items of regulations that need to be acted on by the board today. We have our license by reciprocity, which is the limit of holding on to the certifications for a certain amount of time. Those are all in process. We will likely have much more updates for you at the next board meeting because there's timeframes. Everything in regulations has a timeframe, and those timeframes are all happening between this board meeting and the next board meeting. So we'll have a lot more information on that. And then board staff is still working on apprenticeship regs, remedial education program, and health and safety. And that's it.
Open this up for any public comments on agenda item number 12. Remember, there is a 3-minute time limit. No public comments? Moderator, can you please open up to online if there's any public comments?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. At this time, we will now open up to public comment not on items not on the agenda. Before we open up to public comment, I would like to ask individuals making comments to not discuss pending complaints, licensing applications, or any disciplinary actions that may come before the board for a decision. Such discussions are considered ex parte communications as they could provide information to the members that is outside of the record in violation of the Administrative Procedure Act. Such discussions could create a conflict and lead to a board decision being challenged in Superior Court. Accordingly, if any individual makes comments on a pending disciplinary matter, the individual's microphone will be muted. The board can receive comments regarding the board's processes in general, but it cannot receive comments on specific case circumstances where the decision is still pending. Board staff is available to speak with you about any pending matter. Do we have any public comments not on items not on the agenda? No? Okay. In addition,
this is the moderator.
Moderator, yes.
All right, this is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment for items not on the agenda, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. And it looks like I do have a request from Gracie Young. Gracie, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak and a 30-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Hi, Gracie Young here again, program sponsor for Greater East Bay Barber Cosmetology Apprenticeship. I just have a question. What's going to happen to the satellite programs that are operating now? Are you there?
Say we can't respond.
I'm sorry.
Hi, Gracie. We can't respond to that during public comment, but
Oh,
if you'd
okay.
like to send Addison an email, he can respond to
Okay.
you.
Okay. Thank you. No more questions.
All right, this is the moderator. Appears there are no further requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. Our last item is if there are any specific agenda items for the next meeting. I want to say first, at our next meeting, we will be reviewing and approval our final sunset review report. So we will be here. It's going to be a long day, hungry, food, all that. Oh, we'll be in San Diego, so. But just a reminder that we will have a lot to review on that day. Any members have any items that they would like to be included?
Oh, yeah, I think was confused. Where can we put in comments about the practical exam? Yeah, revisiting, or is that just a new agenda item?
Yeah, I think the staff is going to work on that and then bring something back to the next meeting.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Agenda item, and then it can be decided if it would be included or not.
Yeah. Anyone else? No. Thank you. We will open this up for public comments, and a reminder that we will take public comments on anything that has not already been discussed. I'm sorry, agenda items not on the agenda, right? Thank you. Yes. Anyone? No. Moderator, can you please open up online to any future agenda items?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a comment for future agenda items, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you, everyone. Board members, thank you for powering through. I appreciate you. And this will conclude our meeting. There we go.